Good morning, El Dorado County. It is nice to see such a robust group in the audience here this morning. Welcome to all of you that are in our board chambers today. And for those of you that are joining us online, welcome as well. We're glad you're with us. Today is Tuesday, August 27th, 2024. Hard to believe it's the end of August. And it's my pleasure to call to order this regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. So with that, I encourage all my colleagues to turn their mics on. And Kira, we're grateful that you were clerking our meeting here this morning. Thank you for being with us. To start us off, we have Pastor Drew Buell of the Cool Community Church that will lead us into invocation. Is he online?
Yes, he is.
Okay, perfect. Great. Good morning, Pastor Buell.
Good morning. Let's pray. Father, I've recently been reminded that the Bible encourages us to number our days that we may get a heart of wisdom. I think that what's behind that is just the reality that there are only so many days. Every day that passes, there are precious people who are born in this county, and there are precious people whose days come to an end in this county. And I just can't help but think about the tremendous responsibility that this body of elected leaders has in doing what they can to take care of these people during the days that they're here with us. And the Bible also says that surely man is born for trouble as the sparks fly upward. It seems that trouble is just a part of the human condition. And I'm sure that in a county this size, there are many troubles that our citizens face every day. And it's probably also the case that in a room this size, there are many troubles that each of us are facing individually. But the reason we're here taking a few moments at the outset of this meeting to pray is because I think we recognize that the trouble that our people face and the tremendous responsibility that our sheriff, the Board of Supervisors, and our civil servants shoulder together, well, it's just far more than they can bear. And so we need help. We need you. And so as these men and women take up their agenda, God, I pray that you would help them. Help them to make good, wise, and just decisions. Help them to do what they can to help our citizens face the troubles in their lives and use them to do good to this community. For we ask it in Jesus' name. Amen.
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 Thank you, Pastor. We appreciate you being with us this morning. And with that, Supervisor Lane, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I will be happy to. Please join me. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Right. We now move into the adoption of our agenda and the approval of our consent calendar. And last week, there were several folks that stayed with us all morning waiting for open forum. And so just for clarity's sake, we have a new announcement that just as a reminder that open forum is a time to comment on any item that is not on our agenda today. And as a reminder, the board will take open forum comments at 1 o'clock. So this time coming up will be reserved for any comments on our consent calendar. So just any of you that are waiting for open forum, we're going to hear it at 1 o'clock. Just want to give clarity to that process. So with that, do any of my colleagues have any changes or comments on the consent calendar? Supervisor Lane?
I have none, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Vice Chair Heidel?
No changes.
Supervisor Turnbull?
No changes.
Supervisor Parlin?
No changes.
All right, and I don't have any changes or comments either. So Kira, can you please open up public comment on our consent calendar?
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining. And again, when your time is up, public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating from Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you are joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you are joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
I'm not seeing a mad rush to the podium on the consent calendar. So Kira, let's go ahead and go online.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
morning.
Good morning, board. I wanted to speak on item number 6 of Supervisor Thomas recommending the board consider the following as accepting a donation. I think this is wonderful that a person would step up to the amount of $50,000 value. And so I just wanted to say to that person, thank you so much from the public's perspective. I think that's a great thing for you to do. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thanks for your comments.
There's no more public comment.
All right, thank you. And I appreciate the gracious comment. I will like to note that I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you. It's a group effort up here. The donation is funded through private donations from the community. It's not one donor, and especially the Camino community has come together to support this gorgeous gateway project to the Camino Fruit Ridge Ag District. So it's really an exciting project. So Supervisor Parlin, I see your button pushed.
Whoa, no.
No, okay. Well, then never mind. False
We
alarm.
got ghosts going on today.
All right, great, all right.
I don't like this button. It never works.
We
the way
really
I
know what
want
we're
it to.
doing up here. All
I'm
right.
like, oh, what did I do now?
You got the old button.
So with that, I will entertain a motion on the consent calendar. Move approval.
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved by Supervisor Lane, seconded by Vice Chair Hydall. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. All right, thank you all. With that, we will move into our 9 a.m. time allocation, which is the annual report from the Georgetown Divide Conservation District, the RCDs, El Dorado Georgetown Divide RCDs. So Kira, can you please open up item number 14?
Item number 14 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board receive and file an annual report on the activities of the El Dorado and Georgetown Divide Resource Conservation Districts, the RCDs. 2, consider a request from the RCDs for increased funding. And 3, authorize the Chief Administrative Office to negotiate amendments to the current agreements with the RCDs to reflect their increased scope of services and to ensure appropriate compensation.
Well, good morning, Mark. It is a pleasure to have you and this esteemed collection of colleagues with you today.
Well, thank you very, very much for having me. I just want to say thank you for the opportunity. It's always nice to present on our accomplishments that we've done throughout the year. This isn't, the first time that we've spoken with you throughout the year. We've worked closely with you, county staff, county personnel, and all the stakeholders throughout the county throughout the year. And today is just a presentation of the accomplishments that we have had sort of this year, but it really represents what we've been building over several years. I've been with the Resource Conservation District since 2002, and things have changed so much. And we realize that those changes really, affect many people in the county in different ways. And so we really want to show that we've been somewhat responsive in the ways that we can and show what kind of opportunities still exist that we want to be a part of. I want to say thank you again for the opportunity. Thank you, Kyra, and thank you to everybody who's in the audience and online. And I just really appreciate it. So I believe the laser works. Okay, go ahead. Hopefully everybody can see these. These are, I realize that time constraints are limited, so I will go through these. I did provide a copy of the annual report, which is available also in the back of the room for anybody who wants to follow that along and have more details. Our website is also updated for those who want to see more information. It's eldoradorcd.org and georgetowndividercd.org as well. So for those who don't know, what is a resource conservation district? Resource Conservation District formed at the time when the nation was going through one of the greatest ecological and economic disasters of the Great Depression and the Dust Bowl. President Roosevelt, during a session of Congress, realized that soil and water conservation had to be a national priority, and they formed the Soil and Water Conservation Service. But they realized also that locally led conservation was going to be the solution for the problems that they were dealing with at the time. So they drafted legislation for states, and California adopted Division 9 of the Public Resources Code in 1938. The El Dorado RCD was the second RCD formed in the state of California to address soil issues in Apple Hill area. Our board members have served as volunteers, and they are elected, and I just appreciate their commitment to the district over time as well. But RCDs really are important because they are locally led. They do address local priorities. We're non-enforcement and we're non-regulatory. We don't own land. Everything we do is in partnership with someone else. The accomplishments report that we're going to be showing and talking about is not what this RCD has done. It's what our partners have done, because it's their projects, their goals that we're trying to achieve and allow them to reach those goals. So the RCD's role is to really work at the local level with the landowners based on their own objectives and their goals. Next slide. I just want to say thank you to the staff that we have. I am supported in many, many ways, and they are present here today, and just wanted to say that I really, really appreciate the RCD's current staffing and realize the hard work that they've been doing. We had received the U.S. Forest Service Regional Foresters Award for our post-fire recovery work. And I thought, that's really great. We really appreciate it. It's a really difficult award to receive. And then I thought about it and I said, well, wait a minute, this isn't our project. This is a reflection of what others have been trying to do. The RCD just played a role in administering a project and managing a project that allowed us to achieve the outcomes that the land and the stakeholders depended on. So the accomplishments report is just a reiteration, like I said, of what everyone in this community is trying to do. And even though the RCD was recognized, and I feel that was a really cool accomplishment award that we got, it is, for me, it reflects everybody in this community whose name is not on that award. Next slide. If you ask what the RCD does, let's say there's no money in the world, nothing to do, nothing of that. We have a board, elected board, and an RCD. What do? We provide conservation technical assistance to individual landowners, community organizations, and partnering government agencies. If someone walks into our office and they have an erosion control problem, we'll go to their property and we'll write a conservation plan for them. If somebody comes in and they need technical assistance to increase their efficiencies of water use on their property, we will go out and we'll provide conservation technical assistance. Any individual landowner needing conservation assistance to address a problem on their property or to look at increasing the environmental benefit of what their property does, or to just learn about the history of their property. We provide that at no cost to any landowners. We don't have service agreements or service fees or anything like that. All landowners are available to come to the district and provide conservation technical assistance. That is the fundamental service that the RCD does provide. And a big reason why we're able to do that, and a big reason why under the congressional authority of forming the Soil Conservation Service and forming Division 9 of the Public Resources Code, was so that local resource conservation districts can bring the United States Department of Agriculture, in this case, the Natural Resource Conservation Service, into El Dorado County. So our offices, the NRCS hosts our office space. They pay for our computers, our trucks, our supplies, all of those things. So our efficiencies to operate is very, very, it's nice to have them as a partner, but we also are able to utilize their expertise and their resources and bring the Farm Bill to El Dorado County. So the NRCS is a very, very close partner. They're our federal partner, and they also provide cost share agreements. I think there's 27 active agreements right now at over $1.5 million under contract with landowners for conservation plan implementation. I think as also a fundamental approach of what we do is built on education. If we don't have a foot on the ground or a means to connect with our youth, then I don't think we're providing the services to the community that is really important. And the partnerships that we have with Ag in the Classroom, the Ag Department, the Chamber of Commerce, the Ag Council, anyone who is involved with that education in this county knows that there's a lot of opportunity out there. And while we do support ag in the classroom, farm day, fields of learning, other types of programs. We know that there's much more support that is needed. And by all means, we've got wonderful teachers and wonderful school administration that is willing to accept our help and expand education, especially as it pertains to natural resources management. We know that this is an area, a landscape, an area that we live where we grew up with people in our families who worked in the woods, who worked in natural resources management. And to continue and to link that to our school system is vital. And it's an area that I think that we would greatly want to improve. And we talked about the annual plan, or the agreement with the updated scope of work. Education is a big, big part of expanding RCD's work in an education area. As you know, we do support the county surveyor's office and the surveyors, architects, geologists, and engineers, SAGE, to do the mapping contest. We actually are increasing the number of participants, and there's 425, I think, some middles, but I think there's more that we can have. I think in talking to schools, I think there's more participation and more benefit, and every kid that participates actually realizes how good it feels to do something like that. And your guys' support for that education program, I think, is one of the best exhibits of connecting to those students and getting them the experience to stand in front of you and receive that acknowledgement. So thank you for your support on that.
It's always an awesome event.
Since 1997, every high school in El Dorado County has traveled to the Crystal Basin to spend 5 days camping, learning about the watershed. They learn from hydrologists, aquatic benthic macroinvertebrate specialists, foresters, you name it. And they spend 5 days learning about the professions that work in the watersheds, the techniques that they use to evaluate and monitor the watersheds, and learn about the management activities that are going on around the watershed, so they can link the data and interpret that to what's happening on the policy level and land management level. So we are going to be holding this event this September again, and it'll be our 27th year. Going back, we've been able to expand our agricultural programs with the climate resilience through habitat restoration program and the natural working lands carbon farming and healthy soils program. This is partnerships with the Placer County RCD, the Wildlife Conservation Board, and the Carbon Cycle Institute, and also the Wildlife Conservation Board. This is a program that's going to help us improve the conservation planning framework that we provide to landowners to outline what benefits are associated with the carbon that's actually generated and managed and calculated on a property. They manage carbon. That's what farmers do, but they don't necessarily realize how to quantify that and to actually get some programmatic funding to help implement those practices on their property. There's funding in the state right now through those various organizations to help landowners implement those conservation practices on their land. So we're partnering with those entities to make sure that we are available to deliver those funding opportunities to help landowners put those practices on the ground. And I think the Ag Department is also, they're a very, very important partner in that as well. So I want to say thank you to the Ag Commissioner and her staff as well. A project that we've been involved with for quite some time after the King Fire was the Fire Adapted 50 program. This is a program that at the time, Chief Pimlott said we need to put our boots on the ground and get some work done in these communities that are green and put some community wildfire protection on the ground. It started off as a 200-acre project, and right now, as of today, we've treated over 8,000 acres and brought over $15 million into an area. Into an area that's represented on the map. It's in really within the wildland urban interface. This area, the Camino Pollock Pines field break, which is basically from Slab Creek to Bouillon Bend, is 11.7-mile field break that we've been able to put on public, private, and SPI ground. Now, the work that we've done around Sly Park, Mormon Immigrant Trail, Park Creek, we know that the outcome of those treatments were effective during the Caldor fire. We know that the project has been expanded up to the Georgetown Divide. So the scope is increasing. And I think that when we realize about the landscape, the scale of which our planning has to take place to protect communities, we're looking at the scale of tens of thousands of acres to be effective. And I just wanted to say that this is you can go ahead. Whenever we do a project like this, this is the result of post-treatment activities. And you look at the landscape and you ask yourself, have we met our goal of reaching a resilient community or a resilient forest? And in most cases, I don't think we have. In most cases, we need to continue after the grant to continue working with landowners and land managers to fully get to a resilient stand, whether that's through basal area reduction with planned regeneration or other types of management activities. These aren't going to maintain themselves. And we need to find a way to maintain these managed landscapes. And that is not going to be a grant-funded type of effort. We need to find solutions where we manage the landscape and realize the productivity aspects. In this area, we realize that there's hydrologic, there's economic, there's recreational, all of these different outcomes that are realized after these watersheds are managed as part of what our objectives are. And I also want to just say I appreciate EID, SMUD, Sierra Pacific Industries, Forest Service, and all their partners in CAL FIRE, obviously Mike, Chief Cordero. Fire Adapted 50 is a partnership, and it's that leadership that is really the Fire Adapted 50 team. The RCD is the administrator and project manager for those, but we know that those are the entities that are going to have to be involved for that long-term management to take place. You can go back one. The RCD is also involved, really fortunately, with several Fire Safe Council projects. This is a current list of the projects that we currently have underway right now. If we added to this list of projects that we've done in the last couple of years, the list would be very long. The Fire Safe Councils are absolutely tremendously so important. We depend on their local leadership and to understand what their goals are for the community so that when they receive a grant, we can, and they come to us to help administer that grant, we can do it in the most cost-effective way to get as many acres on the ground as possible. We know that many times landowners in the area don't know that this project is happening, so we need to educate and communicate with those landowners to express what we're doing, why we're doing it, where the money is coming from, what's going to happen. And the Fire Safe Council is vital in that partnership so that we are not alone in that venture when we're working with the community. And I know Kay and every other, Mike Connolly and everybody else who is here from the Fire Safe Councils have been wonderful partners over the years. So I just wanted to say thank you to the Fire Safe Councils for what you've done. And as volunteers, I hope that we can just continue to help you. So we have, the days of small projects, are kind of not over, but we over the last several years, there's been initiatives through CAL FIRE and the Forest Service, Sierra Nevada Conservancy, where they're funding landscape scale projects. The South County project is an example of where 5 Fire Safe Councils came together and submitted a single grant application, which was funded. And we are going to be starting operations in this South County project, which is going to be hopefully phase 1 of many different phases to go on between Diamond Springs and Omo Ranch in Mount Auckham. This project implements fuel treatment activities where we have right of entry agreements along priority roads and establishes fuel breaks, and those are identified on that map. In addition, the Georgetown fuel break, this is a project that was funded by BLM. It was almost $1 million, and it was the only project that BLM funded in the entire nation for that round. This was the BLM had established a programmatic EIR for the state of California, which said you can treat 200 feet from their property boundaries and within interior road systems. We received this grant and we realized that wasn't good enough. And so we proposed that we wrote a supplemental EA, environmental assessment, to that EIR to let us treat the entirety of the property. So we wrote that for BLM. Their specialist helped us with the field work, and then BLM subsequently adopted that, and we were able to treat the entirety of those parcels. That was approximately 980 acres that we were able to incorporate in that EA. We're working with BLM now to say, let's do this for a much larger area on the divide, and let's get these parcels ready for implementation. And that's a pretty big workload to write a supplemental EA for a federal agency. But we have a lot of help in it, and Forester Ed Strufenegger here in the audience also was instrumental in helping us do that. The Georgetown, it's an expansion or a phase of the Georgetown Fuel Break. This is the Spanish Flat project, and the Georgetown Fire Safe Council is, as you probably already know, pretty awesome. They are really, really hard at work with what they are doing. They have great communications and they have high expectations. And this is a grant that that we provided some assistance in them writing, and they received that award. And then the RCD is a partner in the implementation of this project. This is on private lands, and there are a lot of landowners involved with this project. If you'd start looking at these maps and start counting the number of acres and start counting the number of individual landowners that we're working on, it is astronomical, especially after you take into account post-fire, Caldor and Grizzly Flats, and the expansion areas that we're working on. So we are working on a tremendous amount of private landowners, and I think the fire safe councils and the local fire departments have been instrumental in helping us connect with those landowners. For those landowners who are not in these grant footprints, we know that there's a need and a request by several landowners to have assistance by the RCD. In the case where there's a forest landowner, we have the Regional Conservation Partnership Program, which is a fund through the Natural Resource Conservation Service to the California Association of Resource Conservation Districts to other RCDs, and we are fortunate to be a recipient of those. So we have written 58 individual forest management plans, and those plans are adopted by the individual landowners, and then they're eligible to apply for EQIP, which is the NRCS Environmental Quality Incentive Program, which is a federal cost share program, or the California Forestry Incentive Program, which is a CAL FIRE equivalent of a cost share program. So these landowners don't have to hire a private RPF and then submit the plan, which costs them thousands of dollars. They have these plans written for themselves. They're submitted to the offices, and Brooke Fuller, who's our Natural Resource Conservation Service conservationist for our Placerville field office, has been really instrumental in trying to get these plans funded. Oh no, go ahead. So Caldor, I think Caldor speaks for itself, but we put together a little video to show you, and I think that would be a good place to start right now. And then expand it to the right.
This always takes just a minute for our system to get this up. Different format.
Our fire were very high intensity, high severity fire.
The fuels in this area were so dry that this fire was going to do what it wanted to do regardless of the management that had been done already.
And that resulted in a pretty large swath of
District, we've removed over 18 million board feet, over 1,500 acres at Sierra Tahoe Ski Resort. The fire had a devastating impact to the ski resort. Most of those hazard trees had been mitigated, and we will continue to mitigate into the future.
Watching this work over the last 2 years has been just incredible, working with the Forest Service and the funding that we got and the support we got from our legislators and our government to help rebuild this valuable resource.
Reopening this mountain and providing this resource back to the community in the state of California was something that was not negotiable.
We are so thrilled This work is done. It's a new mountain. It might look a little different, but it's the same great place. The next generation of this mountain is going to be every bit as good as it's always been.
In terms of the post-fire Caldor recovery, the program efforts from state and private have really been focused on how do we help the community here recover. A lot of the efforts that have been supported through this emergency forest restoration team have been cleaning up the dead wood, reducing future fire hazard by getting that out of the way, and also preparing these areas for reforestation, reestablishing a forest.
In the Caldor fire of 2021, it was extremely devastating to the community of Grizzlies Flats. Over 600 homes were destroyed. Since that time, we've initiated a massive restoration of the area.
We've worked closely with a number of partners who recently completed the Grizzly Flat Community Fuel Break.
Over 2,000 acres of pile burning has been completed in the fuel break adjacent to the community of Grizzly Flats, as well as 367 acres has been replanted so we can reestablish a new forest, bring back the forest, but there will also be a shaded fuel break for ingress and egress to protect the communities and let firefighters in safely.
CAL FIRE is really well known for being the agency that comes in and fights the wildfire, but we also have a lot of other programs to help before and after the fire.
The Emergency Forest Restoration Team idea, or the EFRT, was a shining example of how we can put those recovery actions into practice immediately following the fire. Sometimes while the fire is still burning, we are organizing a team of experts who can get in and help these private landowners recover as quickly as possible.
The Resource Conservation District was brought in by CAL FIRE and the U.S. Forest Service to provide assistance to the community of Grizzly Flats that was decimated during the Caldor fire. We invest in pre-fire management and watershed health. We can really protect our forests because it's where we live, it's where we thrive, and it's where we call home.
You know, what gets me is the community coming together. The community coming together as one and working together to solve these problems, and that's been a great thing.
It takes many partners to restore the national forest to its former glory for future generations to recreate and enjoy.
I don't think without the resources that CAL FIRE brought, or the Governor's Forest Management Task Force, or the Forest Service at the local level or at the regional level, we wouldn't be able to do what we were able to do.
Overall, our goal is to create more fire-adapted communities and more resilient national forests.
Incredible, incredible.
So yeah, Caldor is a humbling experience. I got a call one day, and then it was from CAL FIRE, and it said, you know, the governor just adopted action item 1.14 for under the task force, and it identified the formation of emergency forest recovery teams. And that is basically, from what we've learned in the past, is that responsiveness to post-fire recovery is delayed, and landowners really carry the burden of addressing hazardous trees and other things amongst every other thing that they're having to deal with. And they wanted to be able to be more responsive, to get in there with FEMA, to get in there with OES. And Troy and OES and Carla Haas from the county was absolutely amazing during that time, because they said, we need you to help get into Grizzly Flats, and we're going to give you $2.5 million. And we said, okay, let's do this. We learned a lot from the King Fire. We knew that there's a sequence of events that you have to take in recovery from fire, and showing up as a government isn't step one. You have to learn from the community, and the Grizzly Flats Fire Safe Council really was instrumental in making sure that we understood what our role was and what we needed to do. Shortly after, the U.S. Forest Service supervisor gave us a call and said, we need you to step up and help us restore Sierra Tahoe. And I thought, okay, this is kind of a big deal. And it was a big deal because it was going to detract from my commitment to Grizzly Flats. And I wanted to make sure that wasn't going to happen. But I have a team, and one of my foresters here, Jim Davies, I called him and I said, can we do it? And he said, you better believe we're going to do it. And so, we were able to bring in quite a bit of money. And for an RCD of our size to manage the load that we were that we had. We could not have done it without the CAO, without the auditor controller. We could not have been able to understood that we were able to manage that type of money without their backing and support and their recommendations on how we were going to do that. So I just wanted to say thank you to them as well. So another picture of Grizzly Flats. There shows a map of where we've been treating. And right now, I will say that while those areas on the map have been done, we are expanding. If there's any landowner out there who has experienced high burn severity to moderate burn severity or needs help removing hazardous trees that were affected by the Caldor fire, please contact my office. Ask for Courtney Jackson. She's my community engagement specialist. And let us, we've got funding that we can, we would love to spend. So please give us a call. One of the things that Sierra Tahoe did was they ran an economic analysis report and realized that there was about $42 million or $48 million, $49 million that was lost when they were closed. I grew up skiing there. I realized my kids all skied there. We all kind of have an experience of it. It's a benefit to El Dorado County, but also to the region. And when we go to the next slide, you know, this is the kind of the map that we realized that we saw when we were going skiing. This is a ski trail map. After the first year that we did the project, this is what the ski trail map looked like, and all the brown areas are those areas that were closed, still closed. When it was closed, obviously, for an entire year. This was the second year, and they were able to open up except for those areas. The third map here is what the ski resort trail map looks like now. And so you can see that all the trails are open, all the runs are operating, but the trees aren't there. And so we are going to be instituting a long-term reforestation effort on the mountain with volunteers. We've got a Keep Sierra Green event coming up in October, where we're going to have volunteers planting trees and helping us restore the mountain. And it was a complicated project. These projects are not easy. When you have a forest supervisor calling you and saying, you know, I've got all these partners that are able to do this, all these private consulting firms and everything, but I'm going to trust my local RCD to get this done. It kind of shows that we've kind of proven that we can do it. And while we still have to, I think, prove ourselves in a lot of ways, I think that this was something that was challenging, but I think it's a project that we really got done. And it was, again, because we have a great team. But when you realize at the end of the day, those pictures that I showed you previously, while it shows the trees that are going out, the trees at the mill, that's not the end of the project. With Grizzly Flats, with Fire Adapted 50, with the Georgetown Fuel Break, with South County, the end of the project is this. It's realizing that we never want to be there. We want these landscapes to be resilient. We want them to be productive. We want the livelihood of where we live, a sense of place, to be realized. We don't want to do post-fire recovery anymore. We want these landscapes to be productive. And this is really kind of what it's about. So we're still operating under Caldor. We're working along Highway 50. It's the Highway 50 El Dorado National Forest Service system roads between Silver Fork and Echo Summit, where basically all the cabin tracks are. So we've got a great contractor, Sierra Valley Enterprise out there. They're doing a wonderful job. It's a complicated environment to work in. But if you drive up Highway 50, you'll see the work going on. Part of our enterprise department of our district is selling trees. We broker trees out of the Forest Placerville Nursery, and we've planted over 2 million trees on private non-industrial forest lands throughout California over the last 5 years or so. So another part of coordinated resource management and post-Caldor response is partnering with the El Dorado County Water Agency. And I would say that Kyle and Rebecca have been amazing leaders in identifying how the RCD can help. They applied for a Bureau of Reclamation grant, and they got $1.8 million or so to do watershed restoration to protect the water intake systems located on the map down on the left side of the watersheds. Everywhere that's deep pink is the areas that exceed the slope capacity that we're able to work on, but everything else in that delineated watershed is available. Now we understand that the NEPA Caldor for Caldor is going to be open for public comment maybe by this week. And as soon as that NEPA document and decision is signed, we're going to be going to work in partnership with the Forest Service, the Grizzly Flats Community Service District, the Water Agency, and other partners like the Great Basin Institute, who also is working in this area. But we also know that the Colorado County Water Agency also adopted the Upper American River Programmatic Watershed Plan. And in that has 109 different projects that have been identified to look at how we can protect the reliability of water supplies, the infrastructure for transmission corridors, and SMUD and EID and other water purveyors are really involved with this. And I think when you look at the scale of the projects, we're hoping that we can bundle those projects, provide assistance in securing funding, and then look at how we're implementing those projects across the landscape. And so I just wanted to say that we are committed to the El Dorado County Water Agency and its development of the Upper American River Watershed Programmatic Watershed Plan. We got a call from the Sierra Nevada Conservancy one day, and they said, Mark, we understand that the city of Placerville is subject to evacuation while the Caldor was burning. And they said, can we give you some funds to develop a wildfire resilient strategy for the city of Placerville? And this is a time when the Office of Wildfire Preparedness was really developing its framework for the county wildfire mitigation strategy. And so we really wanted to make sure that as everything was evolving, and what I mean by that is you have all of these different efforts that are underway. The county general plan safety element, the programmatic watershed plan, you've got the CWPP, you've got the fire hazard mitigation strategy or plan, you've got the El Dorado County Transportation Commission who developed their evacuation preparedness plan. And we did not want to duplicate everything that's going on. Part of what we need to do is utilize the information that exists and build upon that so that grant monies that we do get go to the right place and it doesn't do something that is redundant or repetitive or done in a silo. I just want to thank Dan from the Transportation Commission as well for all the support he's provided us to help make this plan successful. So we're going to be launching this project really soon. There's a link on our website right there where the public can go into and identify where their areas of concern are on the map and put their little a symbol of where they think there's a concern or an opportunity. And we're going to use that to build out the wildfire resilience strategy. The difference between this and the CWPP and others is that we're actually going to the granular level of defining and developing projects and designing those projects and implementing a programmatic CEQA document from which all those projects will fall. And our intent is to put these in a funding proposal to the Regional Forest and Fire Capacity Program, which is administered by the Natural Resources Agency and the Sierra Nevada Conservancy, so we can implement these fire mitigation strategies. That's why this project was funded, not because we wanted another plan, but because we wanted an avenue to channel the funding to actually implement these projects. I will also say that this represents, a community of Placerville, but I think that what we do here can be repeated and duplicated in many other areas, like what they're doing in Georgetown, but also in Cameron Park, in El Dorado Hills, in Latrobe, other areas that seemingly are not on these maps because of the different landscapes or whatever the issues may be. Our funding in the projects that I just showed you over the years in 2021, 22, we've leveraged $17 for every dollar that we received from the county. In 22, 23, we leveraged $72 for every dollar we received from the county. And in 23, 24, we leveraged $63 for every dollar we received from the county. And I will tell you, we have a lot of contractors that are out in the woods working right now using that grant funding that we've been able to acquire. I mentioned Division 9 of the Public Resources Code. Way back when in 1938, they basically said RCDs can have 2 cents for every $100 of assessed value of land in their district. Many RCDs still operate under that. We relinquished that in the 60s in agreement with the County Board of Supervisors. And since then, we've received a discretionary allocation from the board annually. And I will tell you, we greatly appreciate that. It is the fulcrum from which we leverage everything. We've been asked a lot about how does our RCD compare in funding and what we do to other RCDs and other organizations. And we did an analysis and we said, okay, well, what does the Placer County RCD get? What does the Tahoe RCD get? how does that compare? What are some alternatives of funding that we might receive that would elevate our funding, or what would look like if we did have more funding, and what would that calculating factor be? So this was just an informational item of that presentation to determine, basically compare what our funding is right now to what it might be, or how it does compare to other RCDs. And that is, it's informational. Anytime we look at, we've been talking about budgets and everything with the RCD and the Board of Supervisors and the CAO and the Auditor Controller for a very, very long time. I don't think I've ever did a presentation where we haven't shown you kind of a little bit about what our budget is. We are committed to every stakeholder and community and landowner in this county. We will always provide service, but things have gotten complicated. And I'd be honest with you if I didn't tell you that we are not being as responsive to every single person that is out there who needs help. Whether or not that's just a list, or maybe it's just maybe we just tell them this, we can't do it, but we are trying to be as responsive as we possibly can. But not everybody has a grant. And the grants, while they are effective, channel our attention and our focus to those areas that we are subject to servicing. And when we are so obligated to the grant funding sources, it does take away from our ability to provide larger services to the county. And I would say that in the annual report, I would say that we have identified some challenges. And I would say that there's a need to increase coordination and communication between collaboratives. There's a need to facilitate information exchange and data management between those collaboratives and to orchestrate planning foundations, like what OWOPR is doing with the Data Hub. There's a need to expand project design and project development. Like when the county develops a CWPP and the fire safe councils are looking to get grant money to implement that, we need to help them actually develop what the scope of work and project layout is for those projects. There's a need to identify project portfolios from various collaboratives. So you've got the Water Agency, you've got the South Fork American River Cohesive Strategy, you've got all these different collaboratives. How do you identify where they overlap and where are the gaps? And how do you actually develop a project pipeline that establishes multiple objectives and the overall benefit to the county of El Dorado? There's a need to increase community engagement. There's a need for long-term monitoring protocols and performance measures. We need to monitor what has been treated and to assess whether that is that condition of that landscape is going to be effective in the long term, or has it just been ignored and it's growing back? There's a need to learn from actions of the past and adopt and improve on what is done moving forward using the best available information. And we also need to establish commitments to long-term coordinated land management through cooperative agreements or other arrangements. So those are a lot of needs. Those are things that we are looking forward to. And those are not grant funded initiatives or efforts. We know that they coordination or the role that the RCD plays is important. And I just, while funding is not a limiting factor, it inherently is. But I just want to thank, again, all the support that we've had, and your RCD will commit to helping landowners and partners address natural resource issues in the future, from now on in the future. So thank you.
Wow. Every time I do, yes. But what else do you do?
What are you doing this weekend?
We don't often clap at the Board of Supervisors, but that definitely warrants a round of applause. And every time I hear Mark speak on the efforts of all of the collaboratives that are in play in our land in El Dorado County, I am always in awe. So thank you for this. And Supervisor Heidel pushed his button first. So.
Yeah, Mark, I have a question on the funding comparison, because I always like to contrast what Placer County is doing and how we fit into that spectrum. And because maybe there's some information there that would help us understand our condition versus where they are. But Kara, could we go back to the last chart he presented? Because what I'm seeing there in terms of acres serviced, El Dorado County, our region, has more acres serviced than what Placer County does. But I'm also seeing in that county assessed value that they have basically 3 times the assessed value that we have. And we know property values, et cetera, et cetera. But are they using the same approach for funding, or are they using an assessed value to determine where their funds come from?
From my understanding, they, number one, The assessed value came from the Placer County RCD, and their annual contributions amount came from the RCD. So that's where we got the information. Same thing with the Tahoe.
Okay.
And so we took the two and then just calculated what their rate equivalent might
Okay,
be.
rate equivalent. All right.
And so because they couldn't give us the exact number because it changes from one year to the next as a rate. So you're right. That's what we were kind of looking at is a comparative analysis, and their assessed value was 89 billion. And it's like, okay, wait a minute. To me, that says that's developed land. That's, an area that's generating, assessed value. The number of acres of land in El Dorado County is much more rural. We have a lot more landscapes that are forested or grasslands or other watershed type of classified lands. Those are the areas that we work on. And we know that while we're in South County, we're in Grizzly Flats, we're at Sierra Tahoe, we're along Highway 50, we're in Georgetown. I didn't mention the mosquito fire as well, but we have an EFRT for the mosquito fire in partnership with Placer County. So we're there. Our range is pretty large. And so I don't know if these numbers help or what. There's no interpretation that I'm trying to make from these. I'm just presenting this as informational as a comparative analysis. The Tahoe RCD, their resource issues are much, much different than ours.
Yeah.
But they've taken a lot of steps to lead the forest or the fire and fuels team, that we're partnering with, and that they're the RCD's role in implementing developing the CWPP there. But their acres of land, and this is just from the El Dorado County side, they also have appropriations from Placer County as well. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, because I'm curious if the funding mechanism is what gives Placer County more opportunity. If they're using assessed valuation, and I guess our county decided not to go that route many years ago. So if they're getting a different funding source and they're actually getting it pre-Prop 13 as an assessed valuation, that's a continuous funding stream that's going to basically rejuvenate itself with inflation. And yet, if we're doing a biannual determination of what monies can be granted in this effort, we're limited because we're limited by budget constraints. So I'm just wondering if they're using a different approach to get their funding.
Well, I think that part of what we're trying to do is establish, we don't know why our funding is what it is. It's a number, and I would leave it to the CAO and Sue.
Yeah.
But what we're trying to do is increase our transparency so people know where our funding is coming from and how much it is. And I think that's a goal that we have right now is that transparency.
Yeah. We are where we are, but I'm just curious if different counties made decisions years ago to go differently, and that's why they've done better in terms of the financing.
Yeah, they have.
Would you like some, perhaps?
Yes, please, if
Sue,
you
do you
know
have
some of the
anything to add to
information
this?
on that.
Well, I don't know the history of all the RCDs and their funding, but
Right, yeah, no, that's
I don't know if
good.
anybody does. I do want to point out, though, that Tahoe RCD, they were a taxing agency pre-Prop 13. So that number is based on, them having an ad valorem tax pre-Prop 13, and they still receive that.
Okay.
So that's why, I got a few questions about why our recommendation number 3 in the title doesn't have an amount, but the fiscal impact refers back to the Tahoe RCD. As Mark said, there's really no way of knowing at this point what that number would be if they had an ad valorem tax and then Prop 13 happened. And then, of course, there's no equivalency there anymore, right? So we thought, in looking at it, maybe we can draw an equivalency between the Tahoe RCD and what they get. And that's where that, estimate of $65,000 in the fiscal impact came from. Also keeping in mind, as Mark and I have discussed a lot, we do have a current contract with the RCD through 2026. So, and a defined scope in there. And we've got that base funding, which does grow, by the way, by the growth in ad valorem property taxes for the county as well.
It does have a growth factor,
it does grow each year based on our actual growth.
Okay.
And so the challenge is, as the board knows, we've had this discussion on many different contracts. It's difficult to increase compensation and an agreement without increasing scope. We really need to have a tie there once we've entered in that agreement. So in talking about some of the non-billable items, because as you see, there's a lot of grant funding that comes in that is able to sustain, Mark and his staff.
But we were really focusing on some of these, his non-billable time, like when he comes to our OWAPR coordination group meetings and we participate in planning meetings, things like that. We've been trying to get at trying to quantify that. And that would be the increased scope that we were looking at. And so that's where we were getting that range of, it might be equivalent to what Tahoe RCD is doing. It might be that 65,000, but we would really need to sit down and look at that scope further before we could come back with any kind of dollar figure for that increased scope through the end of the current contract, 2026.
Okay.
Understand.
All right,
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Not on that.
All right, Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I just want to thank you, Mark, for all the hard work you've done, especially Grizzly Flat. We have that issue on Eagle Hill Road where trees are falling across the road, and it comes to public safety out there. And I called you and you acted on it and got it done. And I appreciate that. And especially the post office, because there was issues with trees falling next to the post office, and here we just got it done. And now we're worried about a tree falling on the post office. So thank you for everything you've done out there. But also the grant money that I pushed with Ken Payne from the Water Agency, the $1.8 million that we got to fix the watershed up there for Grizzly Flat, because it would be impacted. They wouldn't have no water to be supplied for the residents there if that didn't happen. So I want to thank you for all the hard work you're doing there too. So the Grizzly Flats is coming back as a community. I think it's a great thing that you're doing, especially all the different projects that are stuff that's happened. But let me tell you something, the Western National Resource Committee, House of Representatives, I spoke down there at Yosemite, and they're getting it now. They're finally getting it. It's not these trees 500 per acre. It's anywhere from 75 to 100 per acre. And that's where the problem where we have these horrific fires, because each ponderosa pine draws 10 gallons per inch per day. So you figure that it's a 10-inch tree in diameter. That's 100 gallons of water per day. Now you figure 500 trees. And when we go through drought seasons, the problem is there's not enough water adequate to be able to supply. So then these trees die. And then we have the beetles infested in these trees. So then we end up with these horrific fires. The problem is way back when we stopped logging in 1994, when we stopped it. And I want everybody, if you can find that documentary called The El Dorado, not John Wayne's movie, El Dorado, The El Dorado. And it talks about how the environmentalists and some of the members of this county killed logging here in our county when we had 28 mills at one time. And now we have one mill left. And it's basically a planing mill. But he's kind of adapted to be able to cut logs. The problem is we need to look toward the future. We wouldn't have these horrific fires if we would have logging. The biggest problem is logging built the loggers built these roads to get in these areas. Now there is no roads, especially if we have these horrific fires, to even get in there to put a fire out. And I'll say it again, the Forest Service is not maintaining the roads. We had the issue with the Caldor fire. If the roads would have been maintained, there's a possibility that we could have been able to act on that fire quickly too. There's a lot of things going on, but we need to look for the future is what we need to do. And good forest management is the biggest thing. And we manage our gardens, and we need to manage our forests like we manage our gardens is what we need to do. So, my family, a lot of loggers, background in miners. That's all our family did through 8 generations. And I just want to make sure that, that we need to do something to sustain it, because now with the high cost of fire insurance, it's crazy. I spoke down there in Sacramento about waiving the requirements of the solar requirements of Grizzly Flat. It's still working through it. But also I helped Jill Patterson. The biggest problem is the Forest Service and CEQA, because a lot of these projects are held up by the state of California through CEQA. And we were working to bypass it to get these projects done, like the Trestle project that was impacted the Caldor fire. This is some of the hurdles that we need to get over. And people need to start, a little more common sense, especially when these horrific fires. And a lot of those people, they don't live in a rural area. They don't know what it's like to live in a rural area. And I think we need to work on that and make sure that we push our congressmen in our assembly and our state senators to make sure they do the right thing when it comes to good forest management.
Thank you. Supervisor Parlin.
Right. How do I follow that? So a couple comments and then some questions. The overall, this is so overwhelming. We deal with it all the time. The forest management, the preventative things, the recovery on the back end. I mean, I know all of us are at meetings all the times advocating for funding at the state, at the Fed. I mean, I don't know. It's overwhelming. So I appreciate Mark. In my mind, the way I see the RCD's role in that one slide was quite visual about, we have all these plans by a lot of entities, and the watershed. We always talk about how water ties it all together. So protecting our watershed is so incredibly important. And but you're like that glue in the middle, and I appreciate the way you said that too, is like we have these plans and we don't want, because I have seen some plans that were kind of duplicating efforts, and we need to stop that. That is not efficient. And so with you being there in the middle, pulling the groups together and saying, whoa, we've got this covered in this plan, let's drop it from one or the other, I don't care where, those efficiencies are critical. And then seeing the gaps too. So that role, I love that you're doing that. I know it's huge, and it's really difficult to tell someone that's put a lot of effort and data, and energy into a plan to say, whoa, great, but we've got it covered. And a lot of times, I'll be honest, we have to just put our egos down, got to put our egos down and look at the big picture. And you're really good at that. So thank you for stepping into that really difficult place. And then the tree planting, the tree replanting, I've been on a lot of tours of recovery efforts all over the region. It's heartbreaking, but what's come out of those conversations that I didn't realize before is that if we don't get in there and replant those trees, our forests, our high elevation forests are becoming chaparral. And when they become chaparral, the next fire is faster and more furious, and they aren't able to, without the forest replanting, we're not capturing the snow. The snow just can't survive. And then our ag communities are being affected. So the tree planting is critical. So thank you for that. And then I did have a question though for you, Mark, because I hear at meetings often that we don't have the workforce to implement these projects and these grants, and yet somehow you keep doing it. So what's the key there? Because I do hear it often that we don't have the workforce. What are you doing?
So, well, I could paint a really perfect picture for you, and then everybody behind me in online is going to check me on that.
Yeah.
And, we could be doing a lot better. Kay was asking me here before the meeting, what's going on with SS2? What's going on with SS3? Where's Mary in Volcanoville? We've got a community meeting coming up, the lack of capacity has delayed our implementation and delivery of capabilities for these projects. And these grants have dragged out. And, when you have I think we've got 38 projects. And so our staff right now, when we look at, and these projects have, they're over time, they look like a lot of money and big budgets and all that kind of stuff, but you have a certain amount of time that you work on these projects. Each of those Stevenson's authority agreements, we've got like maybe, $20,000 to $40,000 for, to manage all the contracts, all the forestry, all the environmental, all the surveys, all of the reporting, all the landowner communications, all of that. It goes quick when you have so much built into the scope of work. So our staff is busy. They work really hard. And we ask a lot of them. And could I use more people? Absolutely. I think that we don't do a lot. We don't, there's not a lot that we do. We're not, providing some assistance to the fire safe councils that we should be doing. There's, again, those landowners with conservation technical assistance that we're not reaching out to, promoting, advertising. We don't advertise any because we can't handle it. But we manage the grants because we have, in our annual budget, we outline how much money we have to spend from that grant each year. And every single person on our staff is currently 100% billable, which means we are subject to servicing those grants. So when we go to collaboratives or meetings or anything else like that, that's all time that's non-billable and it comes out of our base funding. When you add all the items that are non-billable, that base funding gets eaten up like that. Even with just vacation hours or non-billable time that staff works or audits, the cost of an audit now. We've gone through, we passed our annual audit with no points. We just went through a federal audit because these projects are subject to prevailing wage and they're public works contracts. So we had a federal audit and we passed that with no points, which is, I think, quantity is great, but quality, if there's anything I've learned, especially being linked to the County of El Dorado, is that if you don't have integrity or you have errors or you're not doing things right, you're going to fall right on your face and you're going to pay the price. And so the scariest part of capacity is making sure that is the jeopardizing our ability to maintain quality. Because we could walk away and say, we're going to be $116,000 a year organization. And that's what we're going to do. But I don't think that the community is going to let us get away with that either.
The need and the expectations is so great. So thank you for that explanation. And
So I do have a follow-up question. That's
go ahead.
okay. When we talk about capacity, do you have an alliance with the Lake Tahoe Community College? Because my understanding is they have degrees in forestry and other things. And it seems like a great place to recruit people, summer employment, whatever it is, right?
So we have, we've gone through recruitment lately. We've acquired some really great people and we've interviewed a lot of people. And a lot of times when people interview, they say, what is your budget? What is your long range budget? What is where is your funding coming from? And a lot of professionals who are in the, they're smart people. They want to go to a known entity that has sustainability.
Yep.
And when they look at us, the comments that we've gotten from people who applied for jobs with us have said, I don't know if I'm going to be employed with you over the next year or two. If you're asking me that you're going to depend on grants to maintain my employment, I'm not willing to commit to you.
Yep.
So that has been part of
limitation,
that capacity.
No, I got to follow up on that. You also work with the Sherry Institute, correct?
So we have in the past, and they are a little bit different of an entity than we are. And we basically have communicated with them through the Tahoe Central Sierra Initiative that when they need and when they are coming into El Dorado County, how can we help them and support what they're doing, because they aren't duplicating what we're doing. We are collaborating and we know that they're going to be bringing opportunity. And if we can support them, great. But yeah, I know that they are going to be doing a lot in El Dorado County and pretty soon.
Yeah, actually Lori and I are working on that right now. So
Yeah.
they're going to do a presentation on the 24th to this board. So,
yeah.
All right, very good.
Wait, I didn't get to finish though, because
Yes.
I triggered so many follow-ups.
Yes,
You
right.
did, all right. Well, we'll let
thank you
Supervisor
for-
Parlin finish,
Yeah,
and we'll
no,
give Supervisor Lane.
Really quick. So thank you, Mark. That really helps with the workforce and it's the capacity and imagine how much more we could be doing. And that's the workforce out with all your contractors and out there. There just isn't enough to do all this work. So I appreciate you pulling them in and getting what we can get done. I think this question is more for Sue, honestly. Kira, can you go back a slide for me? Okay, so I tried really hard. Yesterday was a scramble trying to understand the budgetary questions on this item. I mean, it was really like, because I felt that what was in our Legistar item didn't go into a lot of detail. And so down at the bottom of the slide, it talks about alternative 1, 2, I thought there was 3. And I guess that's my question. Were the alternatives clearly delineated in our Legistar packet? Because I don't think they were. And I'm really struggling with understanding the ask, what our choices are, what the implications are. And those little 2 line items down there don't give me a lot of insight into that. I mean, I thought there was 3 alternatives. So did the Legistar item, was it complete, I guess, or thorough or something?
It was complete with the information we had when we drafted it. So these were received, I believe, the day the item published.
Okay.
And, Mark provided and said, hey, these are just for discussion. But what we had discussed before writing the item was that potential, parity with the Tahoe RCD. And so that's why the item kind of spoke to that amount. But these alternatives weren't discussed prior. to the
Okay.
drafting.
Okay, so that's why, because I didn't know, I mean, I know I was scrambling with Supervisor Thomas to try to understand some alternatives in the budgetary constraints and all of that, which is very complex, by the way. And I didn't know if everyone on the board had that opportunity to explore those items as deeply as we did, and I still am scratching my head, to be honest. So I think that we need to have a little bit of help with the numbers, quite honestly, to make sure we're all on the same page.
Yeah, I think the alternative that's not on here is the 0.002 of assessed value, which is the way the RCDs were originally funded. Yeah, prior to Prop 13. So yeah, that fiscal impact would be additional $419,096. So yeah, well, the board will discuss that probably after public comment as to which way we want to go.
Okay.
But I agree with you. It was it took a long part of our day yesterday to figure
Sort
out
through it, yeah.
exactly
Yeah,
what this
exactly.
meant and what. Yeah. Supervisor Lane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Egbert, on behalf of John Rice, the General Manager of Sierra Tahoe, a big thank you to your whole team. When Sierra Tahoe burned, it was not only a huge economic blow, of course, but it's the emotional piece that I think you can't even quantify. And how your team got on that project as quickly as you did, and you were able to stand them back up, just even for part of a season, part of the mountain, but then the following year, the whole mountain was open. It was extraordinary. And on behalf of our president, who decided to show up in Tahoe one day and shut the air traffic down while we were trying to remove trees up at Sierra Tahoe. I mean, the amount of difficulties that you ran into every single day, but that you overcame all of them. And just a big shout out from Tahoe that we appreciate you.
Well said.
Yeah.
Well said. And very briefly, before we get to public comment, amazing presentation, incredible work. And after the Caldor fire, this board made a policy decision to support efforts to achieve resilient and fire adapted communities. And it was a shift for the county. We realized that we weren't in the game and that we needed to be a strong collaborative partner in this effort if we were going to move the needle and maybe not have the devastation of the Caldor fire again. We have seen there have been many wildfires this season already, and yet they've been able to be managed very efficiently through our immense efforts from our firefighting professionals, but also because of many of these land management efforts. I think of the little fire about a month ago, I forgot what it was called, along Highway 50, that sparked up. And because of Fire Adapted 50 and the work that has gone on there, we were able to quickly get on it. And it did not go into, I mean, it was right at the neighborhood level in Pollock Pines. And we were able to quickly squash that. I have long said, and we all have, that the Caldor fire and El Dorado County's devastation would have looked much different without the work that the RCD did at Sly Park. That project, and I've heard this from higher ups in the U.S. Forest Service, that because of the proactive work along Sly Park, that stopped the fire in its tracks from probably devastating Pollock Pines, and it made it go into a different direction into the national forest, which was a game changer for our community. I mean, I can't imagine what we would have looked like without that work. So to me, while this board has a lot of priorities and a lot of demands on our time and on our resources, there is no greater work that we can do to be a strong partner with the RCD to make sure that we continue this work and to continue being a proactive county, not a reactive one. And so I look forward to having a board discussion as to what this looks like. but just immense gratitude for the RCD. Obviously, your work matters. Your work matters to us and to the individual landowners who are struggling to maintain their land. Also, we need individual landowners to do their part, but they don't have the resources. They don't have the technical expertise. All of you do, coming together with the RCD to help them. We're all in this together. So I look forward to having that discussion with the board because I do want to strongly support the RCD's efforts to continue on an expanded scope of service because we need you to do that. So with that, we all look forward to hearing what all of you have to say. So Kira, let's open up public comment on this item.
Now taking public comment on item 14, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining. And again, when your time is up, public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you are joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you are joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Is there anyone that would like to speak? Come on down. Our senior of the year, Mr. Zielinski, welcome.
Didn't I just see you walking?
I think you all have. Yeah, I'm never shy. Please give the maximum possible to RCD. Every penny is going to save $1,000 and everyone's insurance and everything else. I visited my brother in Alameda County just this past weekend, where he used to have a view of his canyon. He now has brush and trees right up to his backyard. It's illegal for anyone to remove any of that brush because Alameda County is weird. And so I said, sell the thing before you, it's uninsurable, right? So you've got to sell that thing. All right. Can we have a special day of appreciation for Mark Egbert and Ken? Yeah, between Ken and Mark, they get it done. Jeez. So I have a deep appreciation. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Appreciate you being with us. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Christopher Dow. I work for Sierra Pacific Industries, and I've worked with Mark for 7 years now. I was the original forester working for Sierra Pacific on the Fire Adapted 50 program, as well as multiple other projects, Watershed Education Summit. You can kind of go down the list. I've been on just about every fire in El Dorado County down into Amador County, as well as in other counties, including the Camp Fire. I was principal forester for SPI on the Fire Adapted 50 project. I remember going to the CAL FIRE building and demonstrating to them where we had put all this work in to push that fire and those fire lines east to Park Creek Road and away from the community. I can tell you exactly what Pollock Pines would look like if that work and Mark's continued work had not happened.
Yeah.
My parents lived in Paradise in 2018. I was there with them. My mom had just had hip surgery. And I've had to go back there multiple times to look at Paradise and what it has become. I have been in Grizzly Flats. Grizzly Flats looks like what Paradise looked like. And that's what Pollock Pines would have looked like without Mark's work and without the collaboration between the Forest Service, EID, SPI, and CAL FIRE with the RCD to complete these projects. It is absolutely crucial that they receive the funding and are able to coordinate these projects through these other agencies, as well as large private landowners and small private landowners as well. They're critical to slowing these fires. I wish we had had that kind of progress the past couple of years in watching the mosquito fire, watching the Crozier fire, and the continued evacuation of the same people each year over and over again inside this county. We were able to hold the Crozier fire due to work that SPI had done, as well as the Forest Service and coordinated projects that mimic what we see in the Sly Park area. These fires held that area, and we were able to fight that fire on Crozier and keep it to less than 2,000 acres. It did not come near homes in Quintet again, or Volcanoville, or many of those other communities, like the Mosquito Fire, like the King Fire. And this proactive work that Mark has come here every year and propositioned you guys with and everything has been absolutely critical in getting those people out safely. Does not get rid of their fears. It does not get rid of the fact that these lands aren't treated. If we can fund these projects through Mark and get these projects done, when we can tell homeowners, maybe you don't have to leave. You don't have to leave your things behind. That is what I would look forward to, is when we don't have to tell landowners they have to leave and get out. Thank you.
Well said. Thank you so much. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Mike Connolly, and I'm the president of the Auburn Lake Trails Fire Safe Council. So the Auburn Lake Trails Fire Safe Council has been fortunate to work with Mark and his group since 2005. Mark has executed over a dozen projects for us worth over $800,000 in this time. And it's been a wonderful asset to our community. Everyone in the community feels much safer because of the work that Mark has done in the past. And we were just awarded a $1.35 million contract from CAL FIRE to do some more work. And we're looking forward to working with Mark's group on that. So thank you all very much.
Thank you for all your efforts. My daughter and her family just happened to move to Auburn Lake Trail, so I'm personally very grateful for your work. Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Good morning, Dan. Thank you for being with us.
Good morning, Chair Thomas, Board of Supervisors, Dan Bolster with the El Dorado County Transportation Commission. And on behalf of the commission, I want to thank Mark and his team for all the work they're doing to make El Dorado County a fire adapted and resilient community. And during the development of our evacuation preparedness study, I had the pleasure of working with Mark and got to see his collaborative skills firsthand. And I also got to understand that the projects that they do are a product of vision, strong leadership, dogged determination, and a great team. And the other thing that I saw with Mark in working on our plan was he has great vision, but he also understands how all the pieces fit together, which is a real gift. So again, thanks to the RCD for all they do.
Well,
Thanks.
thank you for all you do in partnership with them, EDCDC, key partner. Good morning, Mr. Pierce.
Yeah, my name is Dale Pierce. I've been director of the El Dorado RCD for more than 25 years. And one of the greatest achievements of my life was I was there when we hired Mark.
Well done.
And my nightmare every day, going to Lori's point, how do I replace him? And so one of the things that we're looking at, and Mark has been a proponent of this, we look for programs as much as projects. We want to have that continuity. We want to be there for the next big problem that might be 10 years from now. And in order to get good people, I spent years at meetings watching people try to poach Mark. I mean, every meeting I went to, people would take him off in the corner. And he has a family commitment and he stayed in this county. And the work he does, I don't want to take a thing away from it, but continuity, that comes back to this idea of base funding as opposed to grant funding. Mark has been able to get the grants, do the job, put it on the ground, make the partnerships, but those are grants. And the continuity of how do we hire the next person when we say, well, we're going to give you an 18-month contract and then we'll see what happens. So what we're looking for is that continuity to make sure that we can continue this over an extended period of time. So thank you very much. It's been a great partnership. When I started on the board, we had an annual meeting to tell the Board of Supervisors what an RCD was. And they literally didn't know. And that problem is way behind us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. That was very, very helpful. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? All right, seeing none, let's go online, Kira.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Welcome back.
Thank you, board. I want to say I've known Mark many, many years through my family, my son, and realizing today is a special day. I have prepared a few comments. Thank you, Mark, Dale, and the RCD board and staff for your commitment to the community. And I'm speaking about the El Dorado County community. As you have shown, it's also important to recognize the shareholders and partners, private, federal, and state, as well as the Office of Wildfire Preparedness and Resilience, your county's own office, El Dorado County Fire Safe Council, and also the County Department of Transportation, as well as all of the associate fire safe councils as commented today. On the 3rd anniversary of the Caldor fire, thanks to the RCD for all that you do and specifically for your commitment to the Grizzly Flats recovery. I want to also remind everybody about the other volunteers, Team Rubicon, Tribal Fire, and in their volunteering in terms of fuel reduction, but also critically important in coordination with the RCD. It truly is a El Dorado County wide effort with the RCD obviously at the coordination center. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate them.
Now taking comments from Rebecca Go.
Good morning, Rebecca.
Good morning. This is Rebecca Guo, General Manager of El Dorado Water Agency. I just wanted to reiterate all the great things that have been said today. We have worked, as Mark mentioned, with the RCD for several years now and even beyond that. And they have been a great partner to work with, responsive, great ideas. They're highly effective and efficient in all that they do. And so really just wanted to extend our support and reiterate what's been said today, that, you know, any investment that we make in them as a county really does have an impact on the residents and for the better and the watershed. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Now taking public comment from Woodrow.
Gloria.
Good Gloria, I know.
Good morning, Woody.
Good morning, Chair Thomas, supervisors, Woodrow Deloria with the El Dorado County Transportation Commission. Yeah, I just want to double down on our gratitude to Mark and his team. You know, we have been working with Mark on the evacuation preparedness plan for the greater Placerville area. But as Mark mentioned, you know, he has been very successful in leveraging the local funds that have been allocated to the RCD and securing those grant dollars. And I think, you know, one thing that hasn't been mentioned is that the transportation system is very, is at risk to these catastrophic wildfires. And I think there's a great opportunity to use the work that the RCD is doing to leverage more transportation dollars to improve and make the transportation network more resilient to these catastrophic fires. So thank you to Mark and his team. Great collaboration, and we definitely hope to continue that moving forward. Thank you, Chair Thomas.
Oh, thank you for being with us and for your strong partnership in all this work.
There is no more public comment.
All right. Well, thank you all. You know, we've certainly heard and know from firsthand experience that the effectiveness of the RCD depends on strong partnerships, and the county is and needs to be a part of that partnership. So today I see this as a policy decision to establish a clear baseline of funding so this work can continue. So I'm going to, before I go on, I just want to express our deep gratitude to all the fire safe councils, our fire professionals, our NGOs, SPI, a Whopper, the U.S. Forest Service, EDCDC, the Water Agency, and all the partners who are involved in these resiliency efforts. We often hear it takes a village to raise a child, but it takes a community to manage a community. And all of you are doing that great work, and just in awe of all of your efforts. So I'm going to throw a motion out to the board for consideration, because we're about an hour over our limit here. And I did give this to Kira, anticipating perhaps what the board discussion would be. So Kira, if you could pull that up.
Authorize the chief.
Actually, you don't need to read it. Can you pull it up?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Put it on the screen, yeah.
Put it on the screen and then I'll read it. So thank you, Kira. You don't have it. Okay, that's okay. No, it's okay. It's no problem. All right. So I would move staff's recommendation on 1 and 2, which is basically to receive an annual report on the activities of the RCD and consider a request for increased funding. And this is where my motion differs from the staff report. Item 3, authorize the Chief Administrative Office to negotiate amendments to the current agreements with the RCDs to reflect their increased scope of services. And item 4, new item, use 0.0015% of the county's assessed valuation of land within the district boundaries as a framework for annual compensation. So we can just have clarity and transparency and stability going forward. So that is my motion for the board to consider.
Back to my comments earlier, do we have clarification? Does everybody know what that dollar amount comes out?
So the dollar amount,
is everybody aware?
Do you want to get a second so we
was in
can
that
discuss
last
the
chart.
motion?
Oh, yes, second for discussion.
okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yes, so what we are looking at, and I had it here, is the total contribution would be $497,016.29. The current contract is, I'm going to round off the numbers, roughly $247,000.
Right.
Now, the CAO's office had recommended an additional $65,000 in compensation. So what we're looking at is roughly an additional $185,152 with this course of action. And I know our budget's tight. We all know that. We've said no to a lot of things. We recognize that maintaining a qualified workforce within the county, recognizing we are a service agency, is our top priority to make sure our county employees are fairly compensated. And we are working to achieve that. I'm not going to, I don't suggest that the board direct where we get this from, but perhaps this additional $185,000 can come out of the contingency fund.
Figure it out.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's up to the CAO's office to explore and bring
Exactly.
that in the final budget.
Yes.
Is that correct?
During the recommended budget.
During the recommended
Yes.
budget.
And CAO, do you have any additional direction on this?
Just, it's been a very nice meeting so far. And so I have to be the one to have the conversation about the finances. And I know it's been explained to you all repeatedly where we are with our finances. We are seeing trends down in our TOT. It's almost $1 million less than what we were anticipating. Property tax growth is 2% less than it was last year. Sales taxes are flat. So this is impacting county operations as well. And we're struggling to figure out a way to just continue to maintain our county operations on the level of services that we currently have. So each of these actions, and this has no bearing on the importance of this conversation, right? So each of these actions that the board takes, cuts into that. So as we're working through, I mentioned this at our last meeting, that we're working on our adopted budget, and all of those reductions in revenues that I just identified will be brought to your board. We are unable to meet current board budget policy. We're short about 10 million. I understand this
policy discussion here as well. Just want everyone to be fully aware of the situation that we're dealing with. We do not expect to see the economy correct anytime soon. And then, yes, we do have pressures certainly with our labor groups. That being said, this, and you identified contingency, I mean, there is no pot of money, just sitting around to dole out. So it has to come from somewhere. So it would either come from a reduction in meeting board budget policies. One in particular, our capital reserve board budget policy identifies setting aside $6 million a year. We are proposing with the adopted budget, putting only $3 million in. So it's only meeting half of your budget policy. So you could further reduce one of those, or as you noted, it could come out of contingency. However, that is not a sustainable long-term plan. And it makes me quite nervous to pull funding out of contingency when we are facing the economy that we're facing. So, and all of this, and I know it to those looking from the outside in, 200,000 may seem like nothing, 400,000 may seem like nothing, but all of that has a cumulative effect on our overall operations, and it adds up, and it does have an impact on our overall budget. And we are and this is by choice and by design, a no slow growth county. So we just don't see the revenues increasing. I know we looked at Placer on the chart. I mean, they've tripled the assessed value. So it's a tough thing to compare to. So just had to say that. That's part of my job. And then I leave the policy decision to you.
Thank you. That was an important part of our discussion. So Supervisor Turnbull, I see your button pushed.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks, Mark, for all the hard work you've done. But a lot of people need to understand, and when it comes to residents, is insurance costs. And with the great job that you're doing, it's helping and it's impacting, especially with these insurance costs, to lower the insurance costs. And the residents need to step back and think about this a lot, because without them, where were we going to be? And because we can't get anything out of our Forest Service, especially when it comes to good forest management. But one thing I really want to say, Sierra Pacific just planted their 300 millionth tree on their lands. And what I want to do is make sure that we beautify our forests, and they're doing a good job by replanting too. So thank you, Mark.
All right, thank you. Supervisor Lane.
Thank you. So back to the motion, I'm concerned about regulating that type of motion from the DS, especially given our struggles. We've got the final budget coming in a couple weeks. And as the CAO just summarized, it's bleak. So I kind of prefer the suggestion that we just give direction to our staff to negotiate with Mr. Egbert and RCD and figure out what can we afford? How can that begin to satisfy some of those needs, and then maybe look towards a growth in the future. But right now, I just don't see how we can do this.
We appreciate that. All right, Supervisor Heidel.
I look at this, I think, a little bit differently, maybe more like George does. This is an investment in securing property base taxes that's going to diminish if we don't clear the surrounding properties around where we have vulnerability of our residences, right? Those properties are going to devalue because of homeowners insurance, a lack of getting the homeowners insurance. And this is an investment to try to maintain those property tax bases that we have today. Because I think when we look into the future, if we continue to have fires, and that's something we can forecast, right? We are going to lose that property tax that comes in. If we can put money into clearing surrounding properties, lands, and save areas like Pollock Pines by doing the right investment, we're helping ourselves ultimately. So the return on investment can be tremendous if we do the right things. And I got to say, the RCD has been doing the right things. So that's why I support this. I think this is a very important area.
No dispute over that.
Yep.
The only thing I'm suggesting is let staff figure that out and come back to us with the recommendation, knowing the fact that we all think this is highly important.
We all
and we
value
want
their
to
work.
give them every dollar we can find, but let's find the dollars. Let's not dictate that from the DS in in my opinion. It's dangerous.
Well, I appreciate this discussion. Yeah, we have a lot to manage and especially in terms of resources, and Supervisor Heidel, I do agree with you in terms of protecting our property values, which this work is critical to.
Yep.
And while we are a slow growth county, there is also a lot of growth that is happening that will, I think, continue to increase, especially our property tax revenue. So I feel while we are in a really tight year, I also think it's really important for us not to continue to litigate how the RCD is funded. And so there is a motion and a second on the table. Is there any further discussion?
Yeah, I'm just wondering with what Supervisor Lane said, if we could, and unfortunately, I'm a very visual person, so I'm suffering without the words in front of me. I'm just keeping it real. If we could modify it, sorry, so that when we have the budget, you bring back choices for us to make instead of us dictating today what we're going to do, bring back options. I'm so sorry.
Oh,
yeah, because thanks. And I think that having options when we have recommended budget discussion might be a better way to go instead of actually coming up with what we want to see. Because I think that conversation at the budget adoption is going to be pretty rough.
Yeah.
So,
okay, so I could modify item number 4 that says use 0.0015 of the county's assessed valuation of land within the district's boundaries as the framework for annual compensation and bring back funding source options for the board to consider in the adopted budget.
I think, is that a little bit more?
Yeah, it's better, but maybe put in the words up to, so we're not, staff might come back with a recommendation of some different number. So it gives us the flexibility of the alternatives as opposed to dictating the framework. It's hard because I don't have the language in front of me either, but if we just put up to 0.0015 or whatever that amount is.
I think it's important for the board to set the annual compensation of the RCD. I think it's important for us to establish a baseline. So I'm not willing to amend my motion on that.
So then what's the point of bringing back alternatives?
Well, for the board to weigh in on other policy decisions and where we want this money to come from. So if there's a second motion,
I seconded your motion.
Yes.
Though, so that doesn't make any sense. So Supervisor Lane, if you want to make a second motion,
Yeah,
perhaps.
I think the second motion I would put out there is just move staff's recommendation to direct staff to negotiate amendments to the current agreements with the RCD and to reflect their increased scope of services in order to justify that.
Okay, is there a second to that?
Come on.
Motion fails by lack of a second.
Going twice.
All right. So do we need clarity on the motion?
I don't think so. I am concerned. I am concerned because, I'm not on the budget ad hoc, quite honestly. So I'm not as in tune with the budget conversations. I'm just not. And I'm aware that we are up against a lot right now. So I'm trying to make it so that there's flexibility in the motion so that, with the goal of the 0.15 though, I mean, I would like that to be the goal. However, if we really can't do it, I would like to be able to have recommendations as to options and why not and all that.
Yeah, and I would 100% support that as well.
Does that make sense?
I mean,
Chair?
I just realized that, I forgot a very important project in the district that I need $200,000 and we can't find it. So I just think that dictating from the DS like this and just making it a baseline, understand why and support that at 100%, but we have to be able to find the money.
One of the things I want to say is, do we really put a price on public safety?
Yeah.
Right. It's very, very critical, especially for the residents. Take Grizzly Flat, for example, all the 700 homes were lost. We would have done, RCE wouldn't have done that, like you mentioned. up around Swag Park. We could have lost Camino and Pollock Pines.
Yeah.
So that would have impacted our county, and they're doing a great job. So how do you put a price on that? You can't put a price on public safety.
You still have to be able to balance
I
the
know,
budget.
I understand
You
that.
still have to
I
have the
totally
money.
understand it. I'm on that ad hoc committee too,
Okay.
but we need to work on that. We really do. But I just have to say that, so.
So I'm going to read my motion one more time. I move staff's recommendation on items 1 and 2. And then 3, authorize the chief administrative office to negotiate amendments to the current agreements with the RCDs to reflect their increased scope of services. And number 4, use 0.0015% of the county's assessed valuation of land within the district boundaries as the framework for annual compensation and bring back funding source options for the board to consider in the adopted budget.
I'll second.
All right, second by Supervisor Turnbull.
Did you withdraw?
Did you?
You're
Treasurer?
She seconded anyway.
You don't, she already seconded.
I'm gonna
Unless you
withdraw.
withdraw.
You're gonna withdraw.
I'm
Well, I
gonna
thought you
withdraw.
revised
Okay.
it, but
Okay.
that's
All right,
okay.
so this motion has been seconded. The original
seconded
second
it.
was withdrawn. This motion has been seconded by Supervisor Turnbull. All right, good discussion. I
I know.
appreciate it. I
And
know.
I hope everyone understands the difficult position we are in this year, and probably next year. And so, that's why we're having this robust conversation.
And we all support this
We all
work.
are
We all
very
support this work.
supportive. Oh my
Yes.
gosh.
It's
yes.
hard.
It
I
is.
understand.
So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Motion carries 3-2. So thank you for the difficult discussion, board. And thank you all for being here. Appreciate it. So I know we are behind on our morning, but this was a really important discussion. So we'll take maybe a 5-minute break.
Yeah, definitely.
Does anyone want a 5-minute break?
Yeah.
That's good.
Okay,
Yeah.
and then
Okay.
we'll move into our next presentation. Thank you all.
Good job.
Apologies that our morning went long. It was an important discussion, so thank you for your patience with us. Kira, can you please open up item number 15?
Item 15 comes from Environmental Management Department, Solid Waste Division on behalf of the El Dorado Solid Waste Advisory Committee, recommending the board, 1, receive a presentation from the El Dorado Solid Waste Advisory Committee, and 2, provide direction to staff or the committee if necessary.
Perfect. We always look forward to these annual presentations and reports. Good morning, Jeff.
Good morning, board. Jeff Warren, Director of Environmental Management. And today I'm not bringing you a rate increase.
Yay!
Hey!
Good.
So, good news. What I'd like to do is introduce Mr. Tim Israel. He's the Ed SWAC. He represents Cameron Park CSD, and he'll be doing the presentation for you today.
All
Thank
right.
you, Jeff.
Thank you so much, Jeff, and good welcome, Mr. Israel. Thank you for being with us this morning.
Thank you, Chair Thomas and board. Can't believe everybody didn't stick around to listen to our talk about trash, but we'll go through this presentation really fast. It gives a background and information on how the advisory committee works, and then we could maybe talk about what's going on with our solid waste issues. So next slide. All right, so mission statement. So basically, the advisory committee was formed to basically provide direction on where we're going with solid waste and recycling in the county. And so we develop goals and policies that are help with the staff to do so. We provide review and comment on proposals and what's going on with our facilities within the county. We determine what new things might be needed. So hazardous waste issues, organic waste is a great example, right? We've all heard lots about 1383, and we'll talk about that more here. So other things we do, we evaluate and look at how effective our programs are being, and then finally, every 5 years, there are planning documents, the Integrated Waste Management Plan and the County Solid Waste Management Plan. Both have to be reviewed and updated. Next slide. So our memberships are 5 of us are appointed by the board, representatives from the cities and the CSDs, along with our franchisees, so South Tahoe Refuse and El Dorado Disposal. What do? So we meet every other month. Usually it's in the offices here. We'll go over reports from the disposal companies, along with from each agency, basically. We'll also go on tours of facilities. So for example, next month we'll be up in Tahoe to see how they're doing with the rollout of the 3-cart system up there. So that'll be interesting to hear. We stay informed on various issues, what's going on with regulations and technology, and then we recommend what to develop. So next slide. Service and performance indicators. So the state has an overall goal of diverting 75% of materials to recycling. And so that's a big lift for the whole state, and it is a goal. And how do we do that? Well, we do it through implementing these various plans, and really, most importantly, is developing education programs for folks to know where and what am I supposed to do with this garbage? Is it recycling? Is it organics? Is it trash? Is it something else? So these are all things that we're working on and advising staff. Next. And our role in a strategic goal. So strategic innovation is really actually a very big piece of the garbage business nowadays in the solid. You wouldn't think it would be, but there's a lot of innovative technologies out there to utilize waste as a resource, not just something you throw away. And so it being, your blue bin, that's an easy one, right? It's pretty obvious. Those are recyclables. Organics, something that we didn't really treat as a resource before, but it can be a source of fuels, compost, that sort of thing. And then, and even trash could be a source of energy if you wanted to spend the money on that. So we're a forum for exploring those things and trying to keep us progressing and more sustainable practices in our solid waste programs. So that's, I think, the whole presentation. What I can give you is a few things what we're really prioritizing working on. 1383. So that program has been rolled out in the county. All of our commercial customers are working under that. Our vast majority of our residents are receiving organics, basically service. The programs, there's a lot of moving parts within those programs for reporting to the state and establishing things like edible food recovery and tracking recycled paper within the county, for example. So there's a lot of little things that are still being worked on within all the agencies, but there's been real substantial progress with 1383 and implementing that. So really the next piece of that is education. And that's really where the focus is getting into the schools. We're working with, the county's working with Breathe California, educating, was it fourth graders, third graders? Fourth graders on solid waste practices and proper disposal techniques, and then implementing that in the lunchroom, right? Get your right stuff in the right can. So education is key, not only for kids, but us adults. I mean, admittedly, it's super difficult out there when you walk into a public area and there's, a trash and a recycling cart, there's no organics, or maybe there is, what goes in all these things. So educating, getting standardized with the rest of the state is, all parts of the goals of 1383. As far as our performance, the state went away from actually tracking diversion and years ago, actually. And what they're talking about now is, well, how much do you actually throw away? And so last year, as reported to Cal Recycle, our disposal rate was about 4 pounds per person per day. The statewide goal is actually 5.3. So we're doing good in that respect. What I can say, though, is our recycling, the amount of recycling we do has stayed pretty steady over the last few years. And so this is where the education program comes in, is really probably the biggest important part of increasing those numbers. Another big help has been, especially on the west slope, facility changes. So our MRF on the west slope has undergone a lot of improvements, and those improvements are going to be done here in the next month or two. And so that has really increased the efficiency of that facility to accept materials and move them on to different processing facilities. As mentioned earlier, the other big thing, South Tahoe Refuse is going to do a 3-cart system, which is a huge change for them. And it's going to be a big change for the residents of South Tahoe in dealing with those carts. But it should increase their recycling rates because you don't have that guesswork when you have 3 carts. So those are big changes for the county, and we'll see how all those go. It'll be interesting over the next year or two. So as we move forward, we're going to continue to work on 1383. We're assisting the jurisdictions and the haulers in complying with all these regulations. And then next year, we have those reviews on the solid waste implementation plans. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you so much, and greatly appreciate the work that you do and all of the commission members do. And these annual reports are really helpful for us, for the board, to get an insight into your work and your goals and your achievements. And so we really appreciate you being with us this morning.
Thank you.
Supervisor Turnbull.
I used to be on that Solid Waste Advisory Committee. And we had a committee that was called SWAMP, and we were looking at the solid waste plan we put together way back when. And we were looking at new ideas, new technology, and right now with biomass that's coming out, we're working on that. I brought it up several years ago about that, and also about in-vessel composting.
Mhm.
You know, where that could come in. There was a person in Camino, I think Greg remembers that, did a presentation in front of our committee and stuff and our board. And we were looking at different ideas, what we can bring to our county. The biggest thing is in the future. And we need to look towards the future, especially if we ain't gonna be able to haul our garbage out of our county. We need to do something with it. And the biggest thing is I don't want to see us open Union Mine back up, because I think right now it's closed and we're doing a good job, and eventually it'll all revert back. But we gotta think of new ideas and new technology, especially when you're calling these different plants like Waste Management has. And they have a cogeneration plant where it burns garbage and green debris too. So that's what we need to look towards the future and stuff here in our county, because I think it would reduce our cost, it would reduce our carbon footprint, and it would help our county, especially power and electricity and stuff for a lot of the residents here in our county too. Because I know Lori's going to say something, but I talk about visiting that place in Kenosha.
Oh, bingo.
Yeah, I know. But anyway, I was there at that plant, and I knew it. She always says this anyway. But that
You
power.
always say that.
Well, I always say it. Yeah, but there was 2.1 million residents that
Separate
served
those
on
two.
that plant back there. So powers electricity for them. So we need to look towards the future in our county. And one of the questions I want to ask right now: are we meeting our diversion rate right now?
Well, again, and I could have staff try to explain it, but I don't think any of us would really understand diversion rate versus disposal per day rate. And so I would say that, yes, we are meeting our diversion rates. We're because of that pounds per day. We're not at 75% though. You can say that too. So
Yeah, no, because when we put that plan together, it was supposed to be done within 5 years, and I know we're still working on it today.
Yeah.
So
yeah, so like I said, we've been pretty level, and education is going to help. I mean, to really raise that number up, there's some big changes that probably have to be made, which a lot of people wouldn't be comfortable with.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's a balance. No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything else?
No.
All right, thank
For
you. Vice Chair Heidel?
Yeah, my question goes to the same point, because I noticed on slide 4, it says the goal for 2024 is to make measurable progress towards a 75% diversion. Recognizing we're not there.
Right.
When you say it's flat, I'm wondering, are we making measurable progress?
Yeah.
Because I've seen in the past some of those diversion rate statistics on an annual basis and stuff. And like you said, it was pretty flat. And my recollection was we were 10 to 12% below the 75 that we're trying to get to. So I'm just trying to do a
Right.
reality check.
I think the answer is that we're not there, and we do need to make more work. And
Okay.
education is the most direct pathway to increasing that. It's
Agree with
getting
that.
people to understand it. It's the cheapest way to make it happen. And again, there are other things we could do, but there's also kind of structural, the way our system in this county works, make it very hard to meet that 75% because of certain facilities that we just don't have, like C&D facilities.
Yep,
And the way
understand.
that the state tracks these things, it's really the question, and 1383 opened the door to this, is they put you on a plan, but if you're making the efforts and checking the boxes, literally, you're in compliance. And we're doing that. We're doing that. So the goal is to get better.
It's a goal, not a compliance measure. Understand? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, right.
All right.
Thank you. Supervisor Parlin?
Yeah, just a couple of things. As far as the committee itself goes, Tim, do you know, because we're finding this with several of our committees and commissions right now where they haven't revisited their bylaws or resolution. And have you guys looked at that to see if the current version meets what you're trying to do and, you know, interfaces with the board? And because I just looked it up, and I think the recent bylaws were 2009, you know, and then I don't know if there's it says you guys were created by resolution in the 90s, but is there a new version? I don't know.
I
But
I can't answer those.
Right, and I'm just, that's the
We-
thing that we're finding with a lot of our committees and
Mhm.
commissions is that the world has changed.
Uh-huh.
And so just something food for thought for you guys,
No, that would be a
to
good
look
item
into.
for us to revisit and just make sure that we're touching on what we need to
Yeah, I think that
Yeah.
would be a good thing. And then the other just quick comment too, that I think, and I wasn't sure what was it you said kind of is flat now, recycling?
be.
or
Well,
organics?
if you look at our numbers from what gets recycled in the county,
Okay.
it's been
recycling.
relatively level over the last few years.
Right. And I would just say that I'm a nerd on this stuff. I've become a total nerd on because of those two gentlemen over there. Gosh. But 1383 is about the organics diversion, which I think our county's doing pretty good with that, considering the constraints and all that. But what I am more excited about, and again, nerding out, was SB 54 that Senator Allen and we passed it like
Yes.
2 years ago.
Uh-huh.
And what that will do is make the actual packaging in California, which will impact the rest of the nation, of course. The packaging that we get will actually be recyclable. Because right now we're in a world where we think things are recyclable and they're not.
Right,
It's fake.
right.
And I think that fake recycling also is causing people not to really try to recycle because
Good
it's
point.
so difficult right now.
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
I'm super hopeful that when SB 54 really is going, which it takes years to implement stuff, we all know that, but when it's really going, it'll be easier. Like a plastic will truly be recyclable. And when we put it in a bin, it will really count toward those numbers. So that's something that, is part of our reality right now is it's just the actual packaging isn't where it needs to be to make it so we can recycle. And so I'm really looking forward to those efforts. And on the ESJPA that Jeff and I and Greg and I used to go to, I've been really supportive of those efforts, and they're working on trying to get those implemented with how recycling stuff is. It's so huge, you guys. I can't even tell you. So let's not talk trash anymore. But
Excellent point. Thank you so much. And Supervisor Layton.
I love talking trash.
right, I know.
Who
Here, let me get my
doesn't?
little notebook out.
Along those lines of Supervisor Parlin, I'm curious, you talk about recycling and diversion education.
Mhm.
What is your opinion or analysis of like the basin's bans on various products? For example, we banned styrofoam, we banned plastic bags, and we just recently banned single-use plastic water bottles. Has that had an effect to your knowledge?
I couldn't tell you as far as gross numbers on recycling, for example, versus trash. I doubt that those types of bans have a significant impact on that. I mean, the bans are real truly effective for litter issues, right? And that's a solid waste issue that is very significant, especially in areas like Tahoe, where you don't want to see water bottles on the side of the road, or they used to talk about cigarette butts being a horrible thing at the beach. Well, no, it's water bottle caps now. I mean, literally go look, you won't find a cigarette butt on the beach, but you'll find dozens of those things. And so those sorts of bans really help on, I think, the litter and the illegal dumping and just the sightliness issues associated with solid waste management.
Whenever I talk with like John D. Marchini from South Tahoe Refuse, for decades we've been talking about the fact that the burden is probably misapplied by making us the ones that have to figure out how to separate what's recyclable, what's not, to your
Right.
point. But really the manufacturers are the ones who are creating the problem and not really being held accountable for the consequences of that. We are. So has your committee talked about or discussed? And I think that's why bans are effective,
Mhm.
because they begin to make the commercial person think about their packaging, because they can't sell their product in the basin the way it currently is. So I think when you talk about what are some other options, that those are some things that should be discussed. I would like to see the West Slope be a little more environmentally aware and willing to help solve some of these problems.
All right, good discussion. Thank you so much for your presentation. I don't have any other comments that my fellow board members haven't already perhaps asked or articulated. The only thing I just want to pass along to you is I have received, as you are continuing to look at the operations of our franchise operators, I have received several complaints about the wait times at the MRF. And so I just pass that along to you as you are looking at the operations. I personally have not experienced excessive delays. I've actually, one Sunday afternoon, not too long ago, 4 o'clock in the afternoon, I drove right up. There was no one in line. It was like, hallelujah, but I've gotten several constituent complaints and their concern was that if it's too difficult or lengthy to dispose at the MRF, then that will encourage illegal dumping in our county. So I just pass that along for your future reference. So, all right. Well, thank you for your presentation, and let's go ahead and take public comment on this.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment on item 15, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining. And again, when your time is up, public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you are joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you are joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Is there anyone that would like to weigh in on this presentation? All right, not seeing anyone. Let's go online.
There is no public comment.
All right, well, I will bring this back to the board. So the action before us is to receive a presentation. Duly noted. We certainly have done that. Thank you so much. And then provide any direction to staff or the committee. So does the board have any direction to the committee or staff?
I just want to see them look at new ideas and new technology they could bring to our county, especially for our future. So it's
certainly is within their forum. And I guess the other I heard was to take a look at the bylaws just to make sure that they are relevant, given all the changes in this industry. I think that's all of our committees and commissions should do that periodically on the resolution. Yes, that's true.
It's going hand in hand.
And then
Yep.
maybe it could speak more to the looking at.
To the innovation.
So-
That's true, as part of their bylaws
Right.
or, resolution.
exactly.
Excellent.
Okay.
All right, great discussion, and thank you so much for being with us. Carry on the good work. All right, let's now move on to item number 16, our next presentation from the Park and Recs Commission. Kira, can you open that up?
Item 16 comes from Parks, a division of the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board receive an annual report, presentation from the Parks and Recreation Commission, provide feedback and direction if necessary.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Thomas and County Supervisors. My name is Zach Paris. I am your new Parks Manager. I just wanted to take a moment to give a little bit of an introduction of myself, introducing myself to the board, and then introduction of the commissioners we have in attendance today that are going to be providing you with your annual update. So in attendance, we have District 1 Commissioner Wayne Lowry. We have District 5 Commissioner and Chair Faye Marie Picard. And we also have District 4 Commissioner.
Julia McKeever.
Be still my heart.
That's okay.
Past Chair Julia McKeever.
Excellent. Thank you, Zach. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Board Supervisors, Supervisor Thomas. So as Zach introduced ourselves, my name is Faye Marie Picard. I am the chair for our Parks and Recreation Commission, and I'm also the representative for District 5. I have Wayne Lowry with me with our vice chair for the Parks and Recreation Commission for District 1, and then also Julia McIver, who is with District 4. We do have 2 other commissioners that are not present today, which is Tom Cupston. He's District 4-3, and then we also have Donna Mullins-Becker, which is District 2. So just to give some information, next slide, please. And I apologize for not having the clicker
No, this works great.
It's okay. We'll get used to the next slide, please. Recommendations. Unfortunately, I don't think we have as vast of an audience as we did earlier. So a little bit bummed on that, but definitely appreciate
Right?
we always assume parks are streamlined. So I'm hoping that this can kind of give you guys some background information on what we've been working on. So what does our commission do? We serve as an advisory to the Board of Supervisors, and we oversee the development of our parks, maintenance, and recreational opportunities. We also, because of our vast expansion for our parks, trails, and our open space, partner with local jurisdictions for our parks as we collaborate with BLM and Forest Service that are adjacent to our lands. Ultimately, we also see ourselves as stewards for our parks lands with the ultimate goal of providing, promoting the community wellness for our community, the protection of our unique natural and cultural resources, as well as economic development as it relates to our recreation amenities and quality of life. Next slide, please. Accomplishments that our Parks and Recreation Commission has achieved in this past year, including 2023. We've held 8 Park Commission meetings. We meet monthly, with the exception of a few months in this time period. One of our ultimate goals, which is also supported by the strategic plan for the Board of Supervisors, is to continue forward with the master plan update and completion. We also have established our master plan advisory committee to help with our efforts to complete this master plan. We've reviewed and gave input to 2 new ordinances within our park system for our bike parks and our dog park rules. We've received presentations from local groups, including the Clomas Lotus Advisory Committee and the Subcommittee for Recreational Uses on county-owned Cronin Ranch. And we've provided guidance to the Board of Supervisors for both of those properties. And lastly, we've reviewed and provided recommendations for fiscal year 2024 and 2025 as it relates to our Park Commission. Next slide, please. So County Parks and Trails, with this being our first opportunity as commissioners to have a presentation with the Board of Supervisors, we'd like to have an opportunity to provide some background on our parks and trails, the accomplishments that we've been able to achieve in this past year, but also how Park Commission relates to these different parks, as well as the role that Board of Supervisors has had and impacted our parks as well. First off is Bradford Park. It's a 5-acre park. It's had a new shade structure included into its amenities and originally was developed by Lions Club. For many years, the county has been overseeing the maintenance and the development for this park. And just to note, there's a notation next to the park names showing which supervisor district it is included in. Chili Bar Park is a 16-acre site. This is a very popular put-in site for our kayakers and river rafting community. The top side of the site includes parking structures and also a storage or store building facility that's been updated recently by our park staff. It's been also on a lower level operated by the rafting community of the American River Conservancy underneath the conservation easement. Something that we realize is a need for this site is infrastructure improvements. And with the board's help in February of 2024, we will able to have a contract with Ledbeck Engineering to evaluate the site, the ability to do infrastructure improvements, come up with a plan and also cost estimates for what those improvements would look like in the future. So once that study is done, we're looking forward to coming back to the Board of Supervisors with those options for feasibility and how to move forward with that for recommendation.
Just really quick, I'm going to interject that photo there on the right. I was like, what is that? It looks like we have a garden there. We don't have a garden.
No.
You all know, those are weeds growing where the house is. So
Right. We're not growing corn, right?
I appreciate the use of imagination on that.
Yeah.
We'll look for the positive. Next slide. Perfect. So Cronin Ranch in holding, this is a 62.2 acre site and it's surrounded by BLM property. Within this past year, some of the issues that we've seen is that because of the adjacent property owners being BLM, there's a disconnect between what we can do for development as well as the connections with the trails. And ultimately, Parks Commission gave advice to the Board of Supervisors to consider acquisition by BLM for the property in order to have an overall operations and maintenance of under one entity at the same time. And luckily in June of this year, the board unanimously approved this and negotiations for selling the land to BLM is in the process. Diamond Spring Park. This is a park with a concept design that has been finalized and an interest from Boys and Girls Club to acquire the parcel. In February of this year, the Board of Supervisors authorized entering into negotiations with Boys and Girls Club to transfer the property to them for the purpose of developing the park. Currently, the park would be developed in phases, and there's no estimated timeline for when this completion would happen. Outside of our parks, we have our El Dorado County Trail System. This is a large network, but just to highlight two of the most recent projects that we've had, from the trail itself follows the Michigan and California Railroad right-of-way, and the old railroad ran from Placerville East through Smith Flats and up to Camino. Currently, the county constructed a trailhead for Smith Flats and a bridge over Highway 50. This allows trail users access to additional 4 miles of trail. Next slide, please. Specific to Latrobe, the El Dorado County Department of Transportation is looking into a project to construct an additional 2 miles of a Class 1 use bike trail. Four Bay Park, which is I am partial to because it's in my district, but this is located in Pollock Pines. It currently has a Little League field and is very dilapidated and in need of park improvement projects. In January of 2024, the Board of Supervisors approved an agreement with NCE Consulting to provide schematic design for the park and also for park renovations. The intent behind this is to begin the process of renovating the park in phases, with the first phase including our parking lot improvements, an access road, major grading, fuel reduction management, and utilities, as well as the playground. We did just have on Wednesday our outreach for the concept plans, which was well received by the public. And we got a lot of information and public feedback for that. The intent is in January of this next year or winter of this next year to have this item go out for bid for phase 1, and then in June of 2025 for construction. Henningsen Lotus Park is also one of my favorites as a rafter, and it's a 51-acre site located along the South Fork of the American River, and this provides beach access as well as a boat ramp for beachgoers. The important aspect with this, and there has been issues in the past with flooding for this site, and staff has been great about acquiring funding in order to move this forward, and they also are pursuing FEMA flood grants to help mitigate issues in the future that we have with heavy precipitation events. But the aspect that we're looking forward to most as park commissioners is the ability to develop a master plan for this site. And that would include trying to develop undeveloped areas within the park itself. So stay tuned for that within the next year. For the Historic Railroad Park, this also has a section of the El Dorado Trail associated with it. And also we actually had a newly constructed dog park. So very excited for that amenity. The role that Parks Commission and the Board of Supervisors played in this, which is also an accomplishment that we had in this year, is establishing the ordinances and rules for our dog parks that were able to be implemented thanks to your efforts.
I think the district reference is wrong on that one. But
It's
I think it is too.
It is
right?
D3.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
Thank you. Joe's Skate Park is located on the north side of El Dorado County Fairgrounds in Placerville. And the skate park itself has a wide variety of ramps, bowls, and ledges. It's heavily used by the community. Old Depot Bike Park is a property that was acquired by the county in 2018. And since that time, we've been able to have our grand opening in September of 2023 to reveal the new bike park. And this was made possible by a $2 million state-funded project. Pioneer Park is a 21-acre parcel located in Somerset, and this provides a full-size equestrian arena. It also has had the ability to host equestrian events as well as livestock events. On the site itself are other community amenities, including a community center, soccer ball fields, disc golf, basketball courts, and pickleball courts. So that was a long-winded way to tell you about all of our parks, but I want to highlight 2 other additional amenities that are unique to our county, and that would be the American River. The American River or the South Fork of the American River between Chili Bar Dam and the Salmon Falls is operated or managed by the El Dorado County Parks and Trails Division. The Parks Commission role within the American River is to help with the river management plan, which is every 5 years that's produced. We also receive annual reports from staff, which tells us about the seasonality of use, does snapshots in time of incidents, citations that might have been given as well as just general users of the park and the river. This helps give us some information to help guide issues that we might see within our river management plan as well. And last is the Rubicon Trail. And I think it's probably known for one of the best off-road trails in the world. It stretches 22 miles from Georgetown to Lake Tahoe. Parks Commission also receives annual reports on the Rubicon Trail as far as issues, volunteer efforts, and maintenance needs that are on the trail itself. In January of 2024, the board approved acceptance of grant funds for over $357,000 for the state of California OHV division for the use of creating a new parking lot on the Tahoe side in Tahoma for staging. There's a huge issue right now with it being undersized, and the issues that are happening is just impacts on the natural resources adjacent to the trail. So NCE is our consultant for that project right now. They've finished the design, and then they will also be responsible for coordinating with Placer County as well as the public for the conceptual plans. And this project is slated to start in early of 2025.
So just for future reference, probably put D5 also on the Rubicon slide, because as you mentioned, the project you're talking about was in Tahoe.
Right, goes through both,
just for future reference.
Agreed. That's my district, so I've definitely
Claim it. Very good.
User error on that one, but I have done the trail many a times.
That's good to hear.
So ultimately, the goals of our Parks and Recreation Commission are in line with the mission of the Board of Supervisors, which is to enhance the well-being of our residents, visitors, and businesses, and deliver effective public service in regards to our parks. In terms of the strategic priorities in the 2023 plan, there is a priority to complete the Parks Master Plan. Our first two goals of reviewing and continuing to move forward the Parks Trail Master Plan, as well as reassembling the advisory committee, is to help assess and assist with completing that goal within the next year. We also recognize that safety is an issue as it involves our electric bikes and scooters on our trail system. This is an evolving need and a moving target, but we recognize some information needs to be gathered to help with policy making with trail uses and shared trails with other users that are not using the e-vehicles. And lastly, our public infrastructure as it relates to the strategic goals. Our commission would really like to enhance our communication with the Board of Supervisors about our needs for funding resources for park facilities as they relate to our capital improvement projects and prioritization. And ultimately, we could speak on my commissioners, on behalf of our commissioners, that we know that parks aren't just a nice to have, they're a necessity, and they also necessitate the vitality and the well-being of our community. And we appreciate the ongoing investment and help with assisting with our parks. And just my last comment is I want to say thank you to the public and to our Parks Division staff, as well as the Board of Supervisors, in order to help us achieve our goals for this next year and the support that you've helped us with in accomplishing our goals in the past year. So thank you.
Excellent presentation. Thank you so much. And it gives us all an opportunity to get a fresh look at the scale and scope of our parks and recreational assets within the county. So thank you all for your work in that.
Can you leave that slide there, Kira? Okay.
Perfect. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, so excellent presentation, great work. The one thing that I've gotten more engaged in recently is with the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor, the JPA, and we're looking at trying to create a master plan for the whole SPTC. My perspective is it would be nice if it was kind of divided between the Sacramento County side and the El Dorado County side, because I think we are far ahead of defining what we would like to see with the El Dorado Trail and the extension of the SPTC on the El Dorado County side. But there seems to be a lack of consistency in terms of what we want to see that trail become. And I was hoping this master planning effort would give us more definition. And maybe it's just a communication thing, because we have volunteers that are putting in a natural trail in certain areas. They're commenting that we don't want to do a whole lot more work because we don't know if you guys master plan this and it changes and our natural trail has to be torn out and you're going to put a paved trail in. So my perspective is we really need to find segment by segment of that whole SPTC, where is it we're going to have a paved trail and a natural trail and a rail capability, right? Because we do have a rail that's operating out of Diamond Springs. So where are those sections where we have all three? Where are those sections that we can't have two trails because of just the topography, other things, where you'd have to have a combined trail? Where do those switch over, et cetera? And then the other aspect is does everything have to be on the existing rail structure because there isn't enough room, or there is the elevations and stuff just are not going to allow us to put bridges across some of these major huge expense. So I would like to see segment by segment a definition of what we want that trail to be, because then I can take that down to SPTC and say, this is the El Dorado County side of it. We need to figure out what Sacramento County side wants to do with the various entities down there. But I don't think it's that difficult if you take it segment by segment. You take the existing rail operation. This is where the rail operates. Here's where the trails need to be around that. Do they want to extend that in one direction or both? You know, and what's the purpose of that in the future? But we need to do some master planning at that level of detail, I think, to be able to convey that to the SPTC board and say, this is what El Dorado County wants to see, because that's a possibility for funding to make those things happen. The JPA has the ability to find funding sources separate from what our Parks and Recreation Department, other agencies can do. So what I'd like to do is go back with, this is our master plan. This is what we think it's going to cost. Let's figure out how to fund it.
Yeah, and I think you're hitting the nail on the head for what we view as commissioners. It needs to be another next step in a master plan that occurs for this site.
Okay.
And for that connection. Part of the master plan efforts is just trying to get that advisory committee back together, understanding what other jurisdictions around us are doing for projects. How do those connect? How can we intertwine and work together? So I think with that reestablishment of that advisory committee, it'll go beyond what we're doing for the master plan and also trying to coordinate those efforts for bigger projects like these trail connections.
Excellent. Thank you.
All right, excellent. Supervisor Sherwood.
Yeah, I just want to say on the efforts and looking to develop a park in Grizzly Flat, we're looking for grant money right now. And it's going to be the South County Alliance is going to be running that park when it does happen. So because we're working on efforts to get the new community center built out there. So anyway, I just want to give you a clarification on that.
Thank you.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Supervisor Parlin.
Right. So the slide here looks like, oh, this is all doable, but I really think there's a lot going on behind the slide. And then too, Jennifer Franich sent us a memo to go with this presentation. And I feel like, I don't know, I'm feeling like they're not connecting. And so I'm really concerned about, because it talks about, and maybe Jennifer, you want to address this perhaps, because it talks about the priorities in your memo versus, you know, deferring some things that are kind of mentioned on this slide. And so I'm very concerned that things aren't meshing. And then I'm trying to get a feel for, you know, when does the board actually get to kind of, I don't think that the board should provide input on a fairly baked master plan. I mean, when do we actually get to kind of get some feedback into it before it's baked? Because I think we should have the bigger vision of it kind of, and if it's over here baking and then we get it later and we destroy it, that doesn't feel good to people. And I don't want to do that, but I will. But you know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't want volunteers to put a lot of effort into something if it's not even close to what we're thinking. And then, so you can tell my brain's all over right now.
I'm taking mental notes.
What I did, my brain did go to this presentation. Oh, did I write down the date from Parks? It was at our April 30th meeting this year. We got a Parks presentation. Oh, it was on the master plan update. And so I think the survey and stuff that was done, all those workshops and the surveys and stuff were compiled and put together. And so this was my favorite slide out of all of them, because it talked about, it took each area of our county and what the residents are saying is important to them. And I'm concerned that, you know, I want to make sure that we don't go off in different areas and stuff when trails and open space were important to almost all of the county except for teeny tiny park. And so I just, you know, I'm trying to figure out how do we mesh all this to be cohesive Because I feel like we're going to get pulled in so many directions if we're not getting that overall, the big bite from the board first, to be honest. I would hate for you guys to go off and do all this stuff and then we just go, that's not what we were thinking. And I'm even a little more concerned, I hate to say it, but we got a new board coming in a few months. So I don't know what to do and how to provide meaningful input. I really don't right now. I'm really struggling with this issue. Quite honestly, I know that the recommendation in the memo was to defer the electrical bike and scooter issue. I don't know. I think that should be number one. Get that figured out because our communities want trails. We want, I mean, the community said we want trails. And if we don't figure out, you know, some policies about scooters and electric bikes on the trails, we already have conflicts with pedestrians and bicyclists and horses. And that is really difficult. We've had some scary incidents there. So we already have conflicts. To me, we need to address that. And I don't remember where it was in the presentation, but I wrote it in the margin of my agenda here. There was somewhere where it says the goal, one goal is to increase tourism. And I really want to be very cautious on that because we should not try to increase tourism without understanding the impacts that we create and mitigating them at the time we create them. Our county is famous. I mean, VHRs, let's say, we have a robust VHR program. The enforcement didn't come with it. Ranch marketing, you know, we created that program. The enforcement's not there. And I have some examples in District 4 where there's some trails that don't have parking. They don't have restrooms. And so we really need to make that, in my mind, that needs to be number one with anything we do is, yeah, let's have cool things for folks to do. No, and again, knowing that not just our residents who are going to use these, they need amenities, but if we're going to be trying to attract tourists, our county already gets burdened with tourism. We all struggle with it. And so I would really like somehow to make that priority number one, forward thinking, amenities, 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 or don't do it. Because if we don't do it well, we keep setting ourselves up for complaints and issues and tensions. And I think we really need to do better. So I know that was a lot and it's not even everything on my little notebook. I have more, but I'm just trying to understand, when are we going to get to really put our heads together and do the big vision on it first before other things happen? How does this meld?
I appreciate you bringing this up because I was also struggling with the memo and the goals and how we
Okay.
could be helpful to you. And I was also struggling with that. So it's a worthwhile discussion. So perhaps Jennifer or Zach, perhaps it might be a good time for you to give some clarity on the board's role in this.
Right.
Sure.
And,
Thank you. Jennifer Fanich, Chief Administrative Office. So yes, we, as I have mentioned, I think to each of you, we worked with the commission in preparing this presentation. It's the first time that the commission has presented to the board in many years, and the first time with this setup of having a yearly presentation. We did provide a lot of input on the goals for 24-25, but my concern, if any, was just that there are a lot on here and that we are really focused on getting the master plan completed, and the commission is a big part of that. We are bringing them chapters every month to review and give us input on and make changes based on that input. So I had been asked by one member of your board, well, could you help us maybe prioritize these if you're thinking that this might be too many? So that was the purpose of the memo, was just to provide some, context, if you would like it, on what the priorities might be from staff's perspective. But I really didn't want it to be like, this is what the recommendation was, because I really want to hear from the board. And I think that would be helpful both to staff and the commission to hear from the board, like what what do you want the commission to focus on in this next year? What do you know, if the electric bikes and scooters issue is the top priority, then if we know that, then we can make sure that we focus on that. It would probably be mostly in the new year, because again, we're trying to finish the master plan. So I'm really looking for your input as far as how you would like the commission to be used and how they can support you, and then by extension, how staff can support the commission.
So I'm hearing that it's important not to have any priorities derail the completion of the master plan, because I know that's been a focus and a long time effort. And I know everyone wants to get that done, which will then be the framework for how it'll be the grand vision. So tell us a little bit. I know the master plan has come before this board. What's next in terms of the board's interaction with the master plan, given Supervisor Partland's comments?
Yes, so the plan was to continue working with the commission, have them review each piece, and then similar to how you might receive a draft plan from a consultant, if the county were working with a consultant, our plan was to bring you forward a full, complete draft. It sounds like you might want input before we're at that point, and that we're completely open to that. We can provide an update. We can send you what we've accomplished so far and see if you want to give us some more direction before we move forward on the final chapters. So I'm open to that direction as well. I hadn't heard that was a concern, that you hadn't heard from us on that. We were just moving forward with working with the commission, but we can certainly bring it back to the board.
Okay, so that's be something important for us to decide today, whether we want an update, an interim update, or whether we just want a draft to weigh in, so we can have that discussion.
Right.
Yeah, good question. And then one more question, Jennifer, while you're still here, on the goal of aiding efforts to develop a 30-acre trailhead in El Dorado Hills. You talk about that, and as Supervisor Partland said, our community prioritized trails. You note that this goal may be too specific at this time in terms of the master plan. Can you kind of help me understand what that means? Because I think are you saying the master plan is more higher level than granular as far as specific projects? Or help me understand what you're saying here.
Yep, the master plan is higher level. I think certain projects are already on our radar, and this is one of them, but it's not even a project at this point. I believe that 30 acres is either owned by the county or maybe SBTC, JPA, no. So this is just at this point an idea, and my concern was if we put it on this list of goals for 24-25, staff and the commission are kind of at a loss as to where do we go from here. Is this a project the board is wanting us to pursue, or is this something we just want to keep our eyes and ears open if there's an opportunity? So
recognizing there's no funding right now,
and there's no funding for it.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Okay.
Well, I think that is super helpful, because in my mind, in the master plan, I don't know how, I guess that's where I'm really struggling is, I would like to see some of these things that we have in the works finished. And to me, I think that should be articulated in the plan, because we keep running into shiny new things and we don't finish old things, for lack of a better way to, say it. And if we're not going to finish these old things, let's figure out how to get rid of them, because that's where I'm at right now with a couple of projects. It's like I just want to. But yeah, some things just keep lingering forever, ever, and it's we inherited this. Trust me, I got into office and went, what? So, but we really need to figure out how to finish some stuff. My thinking is for. And maybe that's where I do want to see something along the way, is because I'm thinking it would be smart to have, statements in it like, we have facilities, let's work on, and kind of like what you said with HLP is expansion and getting these things filled out to what they were originally, because I think HLP actually had quite a vision when it was first thought of, and they started purchasing, and it's changed though, because I understand we're not going to pursue this land over here, but we found land over here. There's land everywhere. So, finish what we have, and expand and improve what we've already got, kind of things, and then always keeping in mind trails in the community, what they really want, but always do the amenities, because I am tired of being burdened with no toilets or parking. I mean, in our residents, it's not fair to do things like that to our residents. I don't think so. Those are the things I just want to get in a plan. I don't know how to get from here to there, I guess. Does that make sense?
Good, yeah.
Are you guys having that feel too, or is it just me?
You have a lot of different issues in District 4.
I
So
have
you
issues.
do.
Just
You do have issues.
I just have
I'm not hearing
issues.
any of that.
Now. No, I understand what you're saying. The confluence is a perfect example.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yes, very
Yeah.
much so.
So no, good question, comments. Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, so I need to clarify, the trailhead on the 30-acre parcel is a 10-year-old idea that was brought forward when I was on the Parks and Recreation Commission. And the idea was always that's a privately owned piece of property. When they develop it, they should put improvements in so that we could put a trailhead in, because it connects right off of our business park. The other opportunity that came up recently in the reviews was Lime Rock. Again, we have a developer that we can tax to put in something there that if we want it. So it's not like we have to just find the funding to do this. We need to tap into the right sources to get that funding, to have them dedicate those improvements, to turn them over to us. I don't think that's a huge undertaking. It just takes coordination, communication, and that parcel's been in question whether the El Dorado Hills Community Services District was going to take it and develop a park or not. It seems like it's or not. But the opportunity is for us to work with the developers and get a dedication of the property and a commitment to put the roadway into a parking lot. And again, it's been out there for 10 years. It's not new and shiny.
But that doesn't sound like something the Parks and Recs does.
then who's
That's
gonna do it?
more, well, that would be
It's
more
a
of-
demand for Parks and
But
Recreation.
it's more of a development agreement kind of
Hmm.
thing in my mind with the developer. It sounds like what you're talking, you
It
actually
is.
said the words
It
when this
is.
is developed.
Yes.
So that has to be a requirement from within.
But do our organizations talk to one another about how this works? Because I can see the connectivity and I've been talking about it for 10 years, but we don't seem to be getting connected for whatever reason. So I'd be glad to help that.
Well, I'm just wondering though, and maybe we need to work on that too, is how to get that it's more of a concept, I think, of connectivity, which again, trails and connectivity is a priority.
Mm-hmm.
You have a specific situation that could help fulfill this.
Yes.
So maybe just having the overall statement
But-
of connectivity opportunities.
Doesn't desire go into a master plan? This is where we'd like a facility to do this, and we'd kind of like to have 50 parking spaces. And to me, that's the master planning for the trails connectivity. You take that to the developer. I don't know what
I
to
don't know if
propose.
that would go into a master plan. And I guess that's our question is we just don't know what should and shouldn't go in and how we get that in there.
So I'm sensing maybe an update on the master plan would be
Yeah.
important for this board.
I think that's where we arrived at,
Especially
yes.
before the board transitions.
Yes, we
Um,
can do that. I feel like our goals and objectives chapter that we have a really good draft of, and we have commission input into at this point would address a lot of your concerns. And it flows right from what we heard from the public and our outreach. So I really want to share that with you, and we don't have to wait until we have a full draft.
Let's do that. I think
do
that's
that.
rather than providing direction today that's not part of a comprehensive whole is
Yeah.
really challenging. And so
Right.
having a more meaningful discussion on that. Obviously, you're hearing a lot of excitement and interest from the board on all that you do. So we want to be a part of it too. So
Are you at a point where an interim presentation makes sense? I mean, you have the information. Okay, great. Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it.
because we want to be helpful and not derail anything later that perhaps doesn't align with board priorities or resources available. So,
Right, right.
yeah. Okay, good. Any other discussion on this before we take public comment? All right. Okay, great. Thank you, Jennifer, and thank you, Faye. Appreciate it.
I think
All
Wayne
right.
wants to
Wayne, are you
speak.
gonna wrap
Go ahead.
this
We're
up?
going to open up public comment here.
Now taking public comment on item 16, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining, and again, when your time is up. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you are joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you are joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning, Wayne.
Good morning. Wayne Lowry, District 1 Commissioner on the Park and Recreation Commission. I've typed up notes of which you guys have dramatically changed. Three minutes may be tough, but I'll give it my best shot. First of all, to defend Zach, who I wanted you to know, and if he wasn't in the room, I would say this anyway. I'm very impressed with him. I think you've done a good job of hiring. Totally support his coming in. He's picked up in the last, 4 months, 5 months he's been here, a lot of ability in getting things done.
And actually, before you go on, Wayne, let's not do a public comment
Yeah,
because you are a
okay.
commissioner, so I'm not
Okay.
going to
Right,
hold you to the
right.
3-minute time limit. We want to hear what you have
So
to
you
say.
may not want to hear everything I have to say.
Darn it.
So, in defense of Zach, the Native Americans had a philosophy that when they did crafts, they would always make one mistake because, the great being was the one that was perfect, not us. So not knowing Miss McAver's name was okay, that he did it on purpose. Where do I start on this thing? I'm going to jump into the 30-acre issue. I was with the CSD when that issue came up. It was a settlement agreement. Supervisor Sam Bradley, thank you. I got these holes in my head these days. Came to me and he's all excited because we've got this agreement all set. And you guys could get 30 acres of property down there. It was the taxpayers for quality growth or quality living that sued the county. The deal was, well, the agreement only says county, it does not say CSD, but the county could easily say CSD. They were supposed to give that property, or you were to accept that property, which you can do at any time. It's just sitting there waiting for you to do that. You don't have to force anything on the developer. He's already got a requirement to do that.
Okay.
Now, if you want him to make improvements on the property, then there's some negotiations going on to do that. There's some wetlands in there and so forth, but it's a perfect place for a trailhead. We can not only have parking, restroom facilities, to defer to you, Supervisor Parlin, and maybe even put a depot there where the train can make a stop as it comes through. I don't know what's going to happen with Folsom's railroad system with White Rock becoming an expressway, but maybe. The trail system, and there is a group of us that have been talking informally for several months now about that trail, exactly to the points that are being raised today, about the potential for tourism from Folsom all the way to Camino, and even having a bus system where people can start in Camino, do some apple pie, eat some apple pies and some donuts, and maybe
Always
have
a
a
good
glass
thing.
of wine.
Yeah, absolutely. Good way to start your day.
And then go down the trail without having to do the lift up. With electric bikes, the trail's potential up and back. So you could literally come from the Bay Area, get a hotel, say in Folsom or El Dorado Hills, we're building more hotels, and take your bike and your family and go all the way to Camino, have a nice day, and come all the way back down. It's only, 33 miles? I may have the number off a little bit, but it's not that far when you're on the bicycle. I walked it. It took me 4 months because I'd park the car and I'd walk 3 miles up, 3 miles back, come back in a week and do another, but for cyclists, it's amazing. It's a great opportunity. Not everybody knows this, but there is a group trying to run a trail from the Bay Area to Sacramento, which would connect with American River Park Trail. And there is another group, and I just learned this recently, that's working on a plan to run from South Lake Tahoe all the way to Ocean City, Maryland. And this would be part of that link. I think 80 corridor is also trying to work a link, but I think Highway 50 is the one that they're really focused on to do a cross-country trail. And probably everybody in this room knows somebody that at some point in their life did that cross-country tour, which was, I can't even imagine how they pulled it off. Oh, I think I agree with finishing old project. I think we need to be a little bit specific in the master plan by at least reference. Maybe it's not a goal to do things, but it's a section where we have an opportunity to recognize the 30-acre site is certainly is an opportunity. It's also, you already do, we, the county, I still think I'm a El Dorado Hill CSD guy. The county has a number of partnerships. American River Conservancy is an obvious one. We can be partnering with the special districts, the CSDs and the Park and Recreation districts on their projects as well when they have regional significance. That 30-acre site is a potential 30 regional significance thing that I think the CSD should have support and help on. CSD also has a project, Bass Lake Regional Park, which has got a huge environmental component to it that I think is having an immense interest to this community. It's next version of Sly Park and the environmental facility they have up there. The idea of talking to us about our master plan, might think about having a joint workshop with the commission where we're talking to each other at the same time. You review what we've done so far, make your notes in the column in the margins, and we sit down and we talk and react to your thoughts and vice versa. And I think a lot more comes out of that two-way communication than if we just feed each other information. I've lost all my other notes on this thing, but I think there's some great opportunities there. Vicky, as you know, is with the SPTC now. So I think there's a real connection there that we didn't have before.
Yep.
And I think that's a very important organization. So the only other comment I think I'll share is I was out in the lobby before your meeting, and the Parks and Trails Division has brochures on Rubicon Trail, the El Dorado Trail, and so forth. But there's none of the brochures out in the lobby. So you need to get on Zach's case on that issue. So, and with that, thank you for taking time, and I look forward to working with you further.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Is there any public comment on this item in the boardroom? Well, welcome back, and thank you for staying for this presentation.
Well, absolutely. Tim Israel, Director, Cameron Parks Community Services District. So I've got my CSD hat on right now. Obviously the parks work we're doing here in the county is great. Love the El Dorado Trail. I'm out on that all the time. Love to see that developed even more. But I want to encourage the board, the commission, and staff to work harder to communicate and work with the other cities and CSDs in the county. And in particular, I'm concerned about Cameron Park. We're facing a lot of fiscal problems. Our fire service is bankrupting us. And the amount of funding that we get to run our programs through Cameron Park CSD is shrinking. I mean, basically, we're going to face some very tough decisions with Parks and Rec. We service not only 20,000 people in Cameron Park, but a large area of the unincorporated county. Little to no support from the county to provide those services. The results are going to likely be very high outside fees for non-residents. How we figure out how to implement that is going to be a challenge for us, but without any other funding, there's only one place we're going to go for money. And it's going to have to be, our residents, and then the folks who do not live in our area are really going to pay. So people like Aquasol are going to feel the pinch. We have a pool that supports the sharks, Aquasol, possibly other things. Those things are really in jeopardy right now. So I encourage the board to keep these interactions with other agencies in mind. Also, when you approve projects that are adjacent to our district, with no consideration of the impacts on our facilities and our services. And that is something that's happening right now with Lime Rock and Marble Valley, Rasmussen Pond. These are all facilities that are not in our district. And there's been very little discussion about annexing in or how we are made whole. And so please keep those things in mind as you're making your decisions. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right, seeing no other comments, let's go to online participants.
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Back.
Hello, board. 8 years I was on the Parks and Rec Commission. John Heidel and Wayne Lowry should know from their experience what we need to do in order for this 2024-25 goals to be completely supported. We've got limited county resources available in terms of Jennifer and Zach's responsibility. They do heavy lifting with a minimal amount of permanent staff. There are seasonal workers that also help. I'm not sure if this commission supports Parks and Trails Division of the CAO's office. In what I mean by that is all of these responsibilities that office has, restroom cleaning, trail cleanup, supporting the Sacramento-Placerville Transportation Corridor, JPA. It's not reflective in the 24-25 goals. It seems like it should include history signage promotions, the Trailhead Project in Latrobe, the rail and trail repair on Latrobe Road, that is the FEMA project, school trails connectivity, such as Wayne Lowry was talking about, the 30 acres, the Vitabark rail site on South Shingle Road, as well as across the street from the Bradford Park is the Shingle Springs Railroad block, where the depot is located. That at one time was proposed to be a county park. When I say it was proposed, because I was a big proponent of that being a county park, so that you'd have Bradford right across the street, and then you'd have this railroad block. I believe that we essentially understand we don't have as much money as we would like to have. So grants and getting grants for these particular projects also extremely important. I want to thank you for the time today.
Thanks for your comments.
There is no more public comment.
All right, thank you all. A quick question, Jennifer. When do you expect the master plan to be finished? Just kind of want to get a general time frame.
Yes, last time I presented the update to you, we said winter, and I think that's still our general target. We are trying to get as much done as we can before the end of the year, but it would probably be early next year that we would be completely finished with it.
Okay, because that helps us. What I've been weighing is we're moving into a hard season.
Mm-hmm.
That would it be more beneficial for the new board to have an update? So it's not. Right. I would hate for us to provide direction, and then if it's not finished, then have a new board say, "Hey, wait a minute, no, we don't agree with that." And as much as John and I would both like to weigh in on this, I want to be respectful of the process. So CAO, do you have any thoughts on that?
That's a tough one. I actually think there is value in bringing an item to the board beforehand. I think it might be good to have a check-in.
Yeah,
There's
because we're gonna
still
shape a little
four.
bit. The final
Yeah, I
decision
mean,
will
you
be
still
from the
have.
board. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. We can certainly do an early check-in with the new board to ensure that we're on the right course. But I don't want to, it's so hard, right? You don't want to delay things another 4 months. I don't want to slow momentum. So, and I might learn next year that was maybe not the best advice, but it just seems like I think for the sake of moving things forward. And while I have the mic, if I could perhaps ask the board to maybe either concur with the 24-25 goals. And if you don't concur, because I did hear some discussion, let staff know what you would like changed so that we're in line.
Okay, excellent. So quickly, what is the board's pleasure on the 24-25 goals? Are there any that,
So we're looking at the slide, basically, is that what we should be looking at?
let's look at the slide. Yes, that would be great. Thank you,
Just wanna make
Kira.
sure we're all on the same page.
Yeah. I mean, it seems that, all of these are great ideas. So, and we're not, I don't think the board is saying that, don't do any of them. I mean, so I think it's just like timing. And although it's hard for us to have this discussion, not a part of the master plan.
If I may, I have one suggestion.
Please.
We could really just focus on the goals on here that have to do with the Parks and Trails master plan, and we could, come back after that's completed to get some direction on what the commission should be working on after that's completed.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Does that make sense to the? Totally. To the board?
But we can look at multi-year goals too. It doesn't all have to be in one year, right? We could define, if we don't get an update of this until, sometime late 2025, that's still going to meet the overall objectives of the master plan. So I guess my question is there a staff capacity limitation, or is there a commission limitation? So how many of these would we have to defer in order to be able to accomplish the stuff we want to accomplish in the 24-25 timeframe?
Yes, I think both. We only have the commission for
Right.
2 hours every month. And then also when it comes to staff, there's only 5 staff members in Parks and Trails. So we do a lot with the, limited hours that we have. So to me, the way I see this is really for the next 4 or 5 months, we would really be focusing on the master plan. And that's, I really wouldn't want any other goals to interfere in that. If there's something that we can kind of work on concurrently, then we could do that. Especially if it's the commission that's kind of helping with some of these other things, like, again, continuing to be a public forum for other concerns that come up for parks. If the commission wanted to start looking at electric bicycles and scooters kind of on their own time and then bringing back a report to the full commission, something like that would be fine. But as far as our work between the commission and staff, I think we really need to focus on the master plan for now. And then in the second half of the fiscal year, next year, we could definitely do at least, 2 or 3 of these other goals.
I, for one, completely agree with that direction. And especially Supervisor Turnbull, as you said, you're working with the community with Grizzly Flats. It seems like right now there's no funding. Let's let your efforts get underway, get the community established, and then revisit that as part of the master plan.
Right,
Perhaps
exactly.
that makes sense. As far as the trailhead, look at that in conjunction with master plan.
Yeah.
But to focus your immediate goals on getting the master plan done. And then
I would, though, the very bottom one that's kind of cut off on our screen is the chili bar study. What do we know when that's coming back, Jennifer? Do we have any?
We have Lebec Engineering out there now with the sub-consultants that were part of her proposal. So they are looking at the physical realities of the chili bar site. And I don't know exactly when we'll get any deliverables back from them, but they are working on it now.
But that's when we have funding defined. It's just how do we best utilize the funding? And the longer it takes us to define that, the less we're going to be able to get with that funding, right? So it definitely has to be something we continue to make progress on and get to the point where we have the reports and the recommendations. And then the board can decide where we want to spend that funding.
Well, it would make sense that as soon as when the chili bar assessment is done, that it go to the commission for a review, and then to the board. So that would be one that would make sense. That whenever it's done. Yeah.
Okay.
So, any other direction for the commission and staff? Is that clear? Okay. Great. Well, great discussion. obviously there's a lot under your purview, and thank you to each and every one of you for your time, your commitment to the recreation of El Dorado County residents. We really appreciate your expertise and commitment, and to our staff. You have a lot that you manage, and we greatly appreciate that because it matters to the quality of life of our citizens. So thank you so much, and look forward to our continued discussion. And, I think we'll leave it up to staff. The idea of perhaps a joint workshop is, I also like those collaborative discussions, but recognizing, I think I'd like to let our staff look at our time constraints toward the end of the year, because time is rapidly coming to a close. And so let you work with what makes sense. Okay, great. Thank you all. Appreciate your time. All right, so with that, I suggest we go to lunch and then pick up item number 13 after open forum.
Yep.
Good?
Yeah.
Yep. All right. So have a good lunch, and we'll be back at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Board of Supervisors is now back into our regular meeting. So Kira, we now move into the open forum portion of our meeting. Can you please open that up?
Now taking public comment on open forum, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining. And again, when your time is up, public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you are joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you are joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good afternoon.
Dean Getz, El Dorado County taxpayer. I've been to this body several times and I've attempted to educate you all on a growing concern as it relates to the county's administration of tax exempt municipal bonds. Those tax exempt municipal bonds down in El Dorado Hills at least are associated with some of your larger subdivisions, Serrano being one that I've repeatedly highlighted. What's come out of that is that the county has failed to ensure that property that was improved with tax exempt municipal bond financing that was specified to be public property upon the deeding of that public property, the CFD, that's the Melrose money, would then flow to the developer as a reimbursement. I've written to the CAO's office, county counsel's office, and talked to Auditor Controller Harn extensively, and I think there's some consensus that there's a problem here and we understand that, but we're not getting to the bottom of it very quickly. In continuing to push on that problem, what's falling out of bed now, so to speak, is some of the supervisors have connections to the developers down in El Dorado Hills in ways that the public might have generally known, but never known outright. There's always been allegations that the planning commissioners are seated at the behest of the land use applicants. And that seems to be, more in line today than ever before. Commissioner Harkin is now the most recent casualty of the Planning Commission. That's Supervisor Lane's appointee. And he had just recently, July 25th, responded to me related to this bond issue. He said, so where did the bonds go? And I provided that information in great detail. In finding out that Commissioner Harkin is now leaving, rather than getting any further to the bottom of the bond issue or any other concerns as it relates to Serrano-sized new developments like Marble Valley, tracing the money, you find that Commissioner Harkin's supervisor, Brooke Lane, has vis-a-vis the El Dorado County Chamber of Commerce received $19,000 in postcard mailings and social media posts. Those mailings don't identify the developers, but the paper trail on the 460s is very clear. So the top of my sheet here is Serrano Associates putting in $10,000 and Lime Rock Valley putting in another $5,000. And we have Windridge, who Windridge was supposedly able to have Amazon meet with the county covertly, flow that money to McNally Temple, and then go out and do postcard mailings that look like Brook Lane has nothing to do with the West Slope developers.
Thanks for your comments. Thank you.
Could I have a moment longer?
Nope, everyone gets 3 minutes for the sake of fairness. So
I just wanted to make sure that you were enforcing that rule and everybody could see it. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak?
Oh.
Come on down. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Steve Ferry. I'm from El Dorado Hills. I'm a member of the Community Services District Board down there. I am not speaking on their behalf today. I'm speaking on the behalf of myself. And we have, I think, a major issue, and it's called the bond issue, but particularly over Bass Lake. Now, Bass Lake is about 200 acres, 95 acres of water. And we were supposed to spend $93.5 million on Bass Lake to build a park. That's just purely stupid. But in any case, I want to see a park get built, and I want to see it get built on Village J Lot H Park. In that case, we need some help from the board to be able to talk to the developer who thinks he's been able to sign this off, saying that we only had $3.5 million left in the Mello-Roos to pay for that park. Only the formation documents say that he will also pay for that out of his back pocket if he has to. That's the next step. The point is, we're going to be around for a while, and I want to make sure that we get a park for our people. Now, Bass Lake, from my viewpoint, in approving the housing on Bass Lake, that's exactly what you've done, is approved housing. You haven't approved a community. You haven't created a community. If you have, tell me where all the community centers are. Oh, there aren't any. So tell me how the road works with 4 lanes. Oh, there's not 4 lanes. I mean, we have those kind of problems going on up there. I don't live up there. It's not something that impacts me daily, but I want to see a park happen up there that's got a swimming pool so that Tasmanian devils, or whatever they call themselves, can actually have room to swim. I want to see a community center up there where people can go there and actually maybe have a glass of wine on Friday night or whatever, have a little fun time to get to know one another. Offhand, I believe that your attorney here should be helping us do this, not hindering us doing this. And so I'm asking for that kind of help from y'all so that we get this bond issue thing fixed. If it's not fixed at that level, how in the world are you going to fix it at the level that Mr. Getz brings to you? With that in mind, I will give up my next 45 seconds to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good afternoon, Auditor Harn.
Hello, Chair Thomas. I came in here actually to speak about something else, but I'm thrown off a little bit. I really want to, I don't precisely remember what Mr. Getz said, but the Central El Dorado Hills, I think he implied that developers had way undue influence with the Planning Commission. The Central El Dorado Hills specific plan got voted down, as I recall, 5-0 by the Planning Commission. The Marble Valley Lime Rock workshop, to the best of my recollection, didn't get that warm of a, and I don't recall because of my advanced age, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago, there wasn't that warm of a welcome for these 2 big specific plans up there off Bass Lake Road in Cambridge. I also, well, I've known Brooke Lane for a while, and I think she's an honest, ethical person who meets with everybody. And so I don't know how any of these big land use decisions are going to end up being made, or the votes on these specific plans, but I'm pretty confident that she's open-minded, will listen to me, will listen to Mr. Getz, will listen to just about anybody. No, we'll listen to anybody who's a citizen of El Dorado. Is my time up, Kira? You can start the timer. You know, you're a lot better than that, Dawson. I'd like to, this is what I actually came over here to talk to you about, is your board adopted a budget with a $10 million structural budget deficit, and you must have taken it very seriously because we had $4 million set aside for a park out by Diamond Springs, a park we've been talking about for a long time. You liquidated most of that $4 million to balance this budget that is not structurally balanced. So I thought we kind of had an informal agreement during the budget hearings that I would agree not to curse or spit in the board chambers. And you were going to direct your staff to start burning the midnight oil at shrinking this $10 million structural deficit in our budget. And I don't believe that's happening. And I believe next summer, the general fund budget is going to be very, very difficult to budget, or excuse me, to balance. And the big spending in the general fund with the discretionary dollars is sheriff, DA, probation. That's where the big dollars are. So I don't think we're moving in the right direction. I think we're moving in the wrong direction, and I'm disappointed in that. And I don't want to come in here and make strong statements and firmly and bluntly say the CAO's budget recommendation that you're going to get here in a month or so isn't good enough, but I feel like I'm getting pushed in that direction. So thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Is there anyone else? Good afternoon.
Mr. Getz's concerns about the bonds are, I'm not going to agree or disagree with any of his statements, but we're taking it extremely seriously at the county and are going to clarify and resolve any issues there are.
Thank you for
Sorry.
clarifying that. Thank you for clarifying that. Good afternoon.
Daniel Harkin, soon to be former acting commissioner for District 5. So I took this position or applied to it some time ago, made an oath that the county's residents would be in my best interest. I'm not really a political person. I'm a little too direct, a little bit rough, but somehow I've lasted 2.5 years. I've already debated with myself back and forth about whether or not I would stay. So I knew 2 meetings ago when I barked at an EID representative for avoiding a question that I would get a call the following day. Imagine my surprise or not surprise, 9 a.m. that morning, I get a call from my supervisor. We finally met on the phone several hours later, sometime in the afternoon, that she's going to go in a different direction. I had to stop the conversation with a little bit of humor, well, more me laughing, about how honored and what a great job and everything that I've done. The response was, "You're not hurt?" My response was, "What does that matter? You've made a decision to replace me." I'm a little bit even more surprised the following meeting when it suggested that I was ousted because I asked too many questions. Is that not my job to do that? I don't play games. I'm not a politician. That's not my position as a planning commissioner. It is my job to ask questions and to gain clarity, to see that the residents of this county are protected. Imagine my further surprise when I find out that it's related to certain projects that I've been looking at for 2 years now. And the decision is to bring somebody in new when I would be most qualified to look at those projects and give a decision based on that. My further surprise is the campaign contributors. I want to know if that's true. Was that decision based on your campaign contributors?
It's not a time to ask questions of the board. It's public comment.
Gotcha, but it's on public comment. Wanted it on record. That was why I asked it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else that would like to speak during open forum? Good afternoon.
Okay. Fran Duchamp, Puff Pines. I'm here on a different issue. I'm here on the Pony Express project. I posted for those children, those that got hit, and they're very important to me. All our children are up there. That project had nothing to do with those children. I was at those meetings. We fought the El Dorado bike trail going from Sacramento up to Tahoe many years ago. So when I went to the meeting, I did go to the community meeting. I was very sick. But I listened to people making their suggestions of speed bumps, and I thought, well, snowboarders will like that. But the beacons were already there. You have a slideshow that shows them. And so again, people ran with that. My problem is again, people come up to me in town and they said, "Oh, I love the stairs." Like, what stairs? Where you cut the toe so the property wouldn't fall into Pony Express. They had to do steps to secure the hill. I go, they're going to cover it because with wheelchairs and stuff, they're focusing on wheelchairs. that would be very hard. I am disabled. It's very hard for me to walk. So what they came up with is that these cement platforms are now flush with Pony Express. I live on Bonanza, and my grandchildren spend 2 or 3 nights at my house and they walk down to the bus stop. There's no way that I'm going to allow them during winter to stand on those platforms. And I've told them that we will stand up from those platforms because, again, we've had people spin out on Pony Express. A young lady lost her leg years ago. And again, I wanted this on record because I have brought it up. Unfortunately, my community tends to still listen to somebody who moved away. I don't understand that. But again, children are important. Now, with these children that got hit, that was a horrible accident, horrible. And I've spoken to people in town who've lived there many, many years. We've never had that problem. Somebody did suggest, that before this project, and money was taken from other projects, from what I understand from people, is that a stop sign would have worked. Nobody slowed down up there. We've had several accidents. We had a death. So I want the board to have their people really watch those. Those yellow plates are not for wheelchair. They're for the visually impaired. Now, I have nothing against the visually impaired, but we don't get a lot of snow. We get ice. That's how I became disabled. I got out to walk the hubs. And that was 20 years ago, and I'm still paying for it. Nobody's fault. It just happened. And so again, please pay attention to that. There are no, and it might be they're not finished yet, but there's no snow plow markers. I understand that's common where snow is. My concern is the ice. And again, it's going to cover these yellow plates. And somebody said, well, if you're going to make fun of something, what would you suggest? A post where they can touch it.
Thank you. Thanks for your comments. Appreciate it.
You guys have a good afternoon.
You too. All right, not seeing any other public comment. Kara, let's go online, please.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Good afternoon. Can you unmute yourself? There you go.
There we are. Yeah, Ken Greenwood, Triple Junction, 345 or whatever, two, whatever it is, right? But anyway, looks like politics as usual with District 5. What did we call the guy who does it? Tahoe Mountain News made up the term swing vote. But we'll see what happens there. I wasn't aware of this, but I think I'll follow it at this point. Anyway, of course, the reason I'm contacting you is WTF, folks. Did get a message from one of your staffers that alerted me to the September 24th hearing or workshop on the WTF. And that's wireless telecommunication facilities, folks. I know where you're going with that. But anyway, hopefully, haven't seen it, and I'm sending her an email requesting the document itself. But haven't seen it, but I hope there's 1 mile radius. I hope we got visual displays of what this tower is going to look like, either through drones or dirigibles, aka balloons. Hopefully we get a 1 mile radius out of this for notification, because that's what the industry claims is the beneficiaries of each one of these towers. So if it's going to benefit you, you should know about it. If it's going to be in your view shed, you should know about it. If it's going to be invisible, yeah, you should know about it. If it's going to be highly prominent, you definitely should know about it. Because remember, it is a life sentence on your property to get a tower in your vicinity, especially nice and up close like Pleasant Valley that we got stuck with back in 2018. Yes, we've been following this issue for that long and more. So please, let's get on with the show here, and hopefully the current version has what I've been advocating for years. Let's see what else we got going here. Thank you. Yeah, imagine Serrano influencing politics. I remember the original master plan said no ridgetop development. Please go look at it sometime and see how the planning department was co-opted way back when in the 90s to approve all those ridgetop developments. It's quite a nice
Thanks for your
or
comments.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for being with us. Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from Melody Lane.
Good afternoon.
Melody Lane, founder of Compass to Truth. As you heard on August 13th, the double chip seal of Mount Murphy Road was not completed as set forth in the American Paving Systems contract, which I obtained via a PRA. It is also evident that Mike Gordon failed miserably to inspect any of the required quality control standards of this grant-funded DOT project. Furthermore, you are aware the project superintendent attempted to sell me 8 tons of gravel that should have been applied to the road. Instead of a double chip seal, the project turned out to be a sloppily applied single chip seal where raw dirt and gravel were left exposed. Per Rafael Martinez, the application is supposed to last 5 to 10 years. Yeah, sure. Yesterday, my neighbor sent me a photo of potholes that have already developed on the one-lane road. I couldn't believe my eyes, so I had to go up the road to see for myself just how badly the surface has already begun to deteriorate in several places within only 1 month of project completion. The photos I am submitting into the public record are worth 1,000 words. Even more disturbing is the lack of accountability regarding the fraudulent misuse of taxpayer resources and the censorship by government officials in an effort to cover up for DOT incompetence and or deliberate deception. Lori Parlin, don't forget who you work for. You are either part of the problem or part of the solution. Instead of sweeping these matters under the carpet of bureaucracy, your oaths of office require you to publicly address and resolve these ongoing constituent concerns. And that includes restoring my ability to communicate electronically with all EDC staff. Your response today, please. In closing, I just want to remark on what I just saw Wendy Thomas do to Dean Getz, cutting him short, but allowing Joe Harn an extra 2.5 minutes to speak. Talk about hypocrisy. That is shameful, Wendy. And that goes for the rest of the Board of Supervisors, County Council, and Tiffany Schmid for even allowing this to happen. You're either part of the problem or part of the solution. Now fix it.
Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Good afternoon.
Today. I have a few things. First, I want to say, actually, I appreciate that Joe Harn was allowed to be able to speak, so thank you. So I'd like to request a review of procedural standards to require staff-led commission or administrative meetings to have agendas and documentation finalized a set period of time prior to meeting in order to have effective engagement from the public, maybe 48 hours. That would standardize similar to Board of Supervisor meeting agenda items and ensure there are no last-minute changes preventing effective input from the public. 2 recent meetings where documents were dropped the night before the meeting were the Planning Commission on August 8th and the Zoning Administrator meeting on August 21st. In addition, the agenda item text was also adjusted, seemingly to focus away from citizen feedback that had already submitted concerns to a narrower objective. Zoning split agenda items are being modified to remove the reason behind why the parcel is split occurring. That is what was done for the Bass Lake Apartments last week and what is being done again for the Carson Creek R&D project coming up in September. It seems to be working around the base request and positioning projects to be pushed through that may be controversial. Maybe consider the zoning change only to take place after project approvals are completed or as part of that review to assure the community that everything is being accounted for. I would like to recommend for Supervisor Turnbull, as well as any others interested, review the video and public input in the zoning administrator meeting from last Wednesday, because there were significant concerns listed by District 2 constituents. One of the main issues was the impacted 2-lane road that holds an elementary school on the other side of the street. Just within the last few weeks, there was a presentation to the board about risks associated with our 2-lane roads. So hopefully this can be reviewed before it also becomes an issue. Finally, about a month ago, I had made a request for a couple large development applications out for DER input to be the full 60 days allowed under CEQA, rather than the 45 days the public was provided, due to the volume of requests coming out all at once. Although the Generations at Green Valley project was changed, the other request for Town and Country Village is still at 45 days. So we are hopeful that that can be modified to allow us more time as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
There is no more public comment.
All right, thank you. Just provide CAO, perhaps you can provide clarity on the comment that on what is our process for when we attach agenda items for our boards and commissions? Is there a standardized process for that?
County council could probably chime in on this, but if they're subject to the Brown Act, there's minimum requirements for posting, right?
That's correct. I mean, the agenda must be posted at least 72 hours prior to the meeting. Now, that does not prohibit the distribution of materials within that 72-hour window prior to the meeting. However, the Brown Act does require that those materials be made available to the public at the same time they are made available to the members of the legislative body.
Okay, great. Thank you for providing clarity on that. I know we always, try very hard to give as much advance notice as possible, and sometimes things, are presented to us closer to the board meeting, which is unfortunate, but it does happen occasionally. But it's helpful to know what our standard, procedure is. So thank you for that. And I do want to clarify that commissioners are appointees who serve at the discretion of their appointing supervisor and the board of supervisors. So I just want to make a clarification on that. All right. Now we'll move on to item number 13, our last department matter of the day. Kara, can you please open that item up?
Item 13 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board receive and file an update on the formation of a South Tahoe Transit Joint Powers Authority and provide direction to staff regarding the draft concepts discussed to date.
Good afternoon, Sue.
Good afternoon, Sue Henneke with the Chief Administrative Office. As you'll recall, this spring, both the City of South Lake Tahoe and your board authorized staff to enter negotiations over forming a joint exercise of powers agreement or joint powers authority to establish a South Tahoe South Shore Transit Joint Powers Authority.
That's a mouthful.
Yeah, really.
Yeah. I finally got SSTMA down, but I can't say this. So the working group consisted of CAO staff, so Allison and myself, county council, city management staff, and their city attorney. And we met for several times, and then we retained outside counsel Deanne Gillick. She's with the firm of Sloan, Sakai, Young, and Wong to help us out with this and to draft the eventual agreement. So we've come up with a number of terms that the group has presented to the city a couple of weeks ago, and the city consented to, I guess I should say. So what we're here today to talk to you about is to go over those terms very briefly. I won't go over each and every one. I will just hit the highlights, and then to get your direction. Based on your direction here today, we'll take it back to the group. We will have a joint session with the City of South Lake Tahoe October 15th. And hopefully at that meeting, the plan is to have a completed JPA agreement for the council and the board to consider. So just really quickly, the purpose of the JPA would be to work with regional, state, and federal agencies to plan, program, and secure funding for transit within the portion of El Dorado County within the Lake Tahoe Basin, including City of South Lake Tahoe. So that would be the JPA area. That's the overarching purpose and what we're trying to do. The member agencies, again, would be City of South Lake Tahoe and El Dorado County. City of South Lake Tahoe would be the managing agency, and the executive director of the JPA would be an employee of the city. The treasurer would be the city finance director. The governance for the JPA would be through obviously the JPA agreement and then adopted bylaws. The powers, so in the staff report, there's that first bullet, which basically is kind of a catch-all. And it says, the JPA would have the powers to do anything the city or the county would have to do, and then any powers the JPA would have under law. I do want to point out that there were a couple, we've got everything in there, the potential to provide all those powers, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the JPA has any imminent plans to exercise any of those, such as like incurring debt. Board members and voting. So the proposal would be a 3-member board. It would be composed of 2 city council members and our District 5 supervisor, and there would be alternates. Each board member would have 1 vote. So that roughly 2 to 3 ratio kind of goes along lines with the population up there of, city population versus unincorporated. So ex officio members would be the SSTMA, South Shore Transit Management Authority, okay. The Tahoe Transportation District. They wouldn't have a vote, and there would also be alternates for the ex officio members. So obviously once the JPA was formed, there would be an annual budget and work plan that would be approved by the JPA, and that would govern, their activities. There's also a number of additional items that need to be done after if and when the city and the board should approve that agreement in October. And those are listed out in the staff report. And so really those are the highlights, and looking for any direction from you today that we would again take back to the group and use in drafting that agreement to bring to you in October.
All right, relatively straightforward.
Very straightforward.
Start with you, Supervisor Lane. Do you have anything to weigh in on?
Well, I'll just add a little bit to that, if that's okay. Thank you, Ms. Henneke, and the CAO's office and County Council for all the work that you guys have done on this. I really appreciate it. And I think that it has developed a stronger relationship with the city as well. And I know that they are really looking forward to us kind of getting in this game. I just want to mention that in the Tahoe Basin, we have absolutely no transit in the unincorporated part of the county, with the exception of paratransit, which is a federal funded program and is a requirement. So we do happen to have that. It is well utilized, but it's not well known. The people who know about it and use it, it's great, but it's not well known. In the city, we have 2 fixed routes, only 2 in the entire city that are funded through the dollars that we get through the state and through the feds for that area of the basin. We have long been wanting more transit. And as a matter of fact, I did a survey in the unincorporated part of the basin in 2023 that included from Tahoma all the way to basically like the top of Echo Summit. 500 people responded to the survey. I was thinking if I got 100, it would be great. But the desire to have transit be an alternative, especially as we consider the effects on the economy, and just plain moving around the basin is hard. So it came to be that the city and the county, in a very similar way that the El Dorado County Transit Authority wanted to come together to more efficiently provide transit for the unincorporated part of the county down here on the West Slope, with partnership with the city of Placerville. We kind of saw that as a really good model, and we're wanting to kind of emulate that up in the basin. I'm going to hit on a question that you asked me earlier, and that is, from an efficiency standpoint, wouldn't it be better to maybe be part of the JPA with El Dorado County Transit Authority? And it's a really good question, and I'm not even, we're not going in that direction. But one of the main reasons is because El Dorado County Transit gets their funding through the EDC TC, which you all know much better than I do. Similarly, up in the basin, we have an entity called the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, which is the Metropolitan Planning Agency, and they are recipients of that transit money, and they pass it down to the Tahoe Transportation District. So that relationship, this new JPA and getting our funding through the Tahoe Transportation District is going to be a thing. And it makes more sense that it would be just between those two as opposed to trying to send the money to El Dorado County and then get the money back up into the basin. So this just seems like the most efficient and effective way of doing it. And with the idea that together we would really begin to explore the transit needs in the basin and begin to meet those needs in a way in which we haven't for a couple decades. So in a nutshell, that's kind of where we're at. The city does have experience in operating transit. They gave that up a long time ago. We contracted it out with a company who went bankrupt. So it's really caused our transit to be very unstable up there. And I would just really appreciate my colleagues' support on going in this direction, because I think it's going to provide a system that we don't currently have in place and is much needed. With regards to the Tahoe Transportation District, which currently runs the 2 fixed routes, they would be able then to focus on regional connectivity, which is super important because we have 5 different counties up in the basin and 1 city, and all of their individual systems need to talk to each other, and who better to do it than the Tahoe Transportation District. So there's still a role for everybody. We're not divorcing, although it feels like it every once in a while. It's not that. We're shifting roles, and we're trying to be supportive of each other in that process.
Well, thank you. That was, for me, actually super helpful to have that additional insight. So thank you.
And I'll just follow up on that since, because I text Supervisor Lane this morning going, I woke up this morning still not understanding your item, only because this year, whenever it was, I stepped off of the transit authority to allow you to get on it,
right,
so that you could start working on this, connectivity, the resources and the assets that the county's transit authority already has. I thought we're going to be kind of like the goal was to spread it, to make it more, like this.
Right.
I talk with my hands, and after lunch I'm useless. So I just, and I appreciate you called me on your way in so that we could kind of bounce off of that. And I get it. It's because of the TTD has its own funding. And I guess in my mind, I just saw it as maybe a lost opportunity, perhaps, to make it more, our county as a region and pooling resources and all that. So, and I get it, the funding streams and all that, but still, like you had said, there's still an opportunity perhaps with this new JPA to still contract with the transit authority that has some of the, I guess, buses or minibuses or something that aren't being used, fully.
Right.
So there's still opportunity to explore that and still make it so that we're pulling resources, because gosh, it would be silly to have everybody have their own fleet that aren't fully used.
Right.
So I appreciated you calling me on your way in this morning. Thank you. And I get where we're going here and the why. So, but the more that we can be collaborative, and like you had earlier, we had talked about the Tahoe, the big
Emerald
express, that big long one, that for the tourism and stuff, and just
do you mean Amtrak?
There's the bus route that goes up and down Highway 50.
Yep, Sacramento.
That one, and then
That's
to
Amtrak.
expand on the other end and blah, 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 and, just make everything more connected.
Right.
So that was my only concern, was that I was hoping we're not creating another thing that's not as well connected. That's all of my concern was. So as long as, and I feel that you're spearheading this and you're hyper aware of all those things, that you can keep those conversations, connected. So that's a challenge.
Yes. Well, thank you for that challenge, but also, thank you for bringing up those questions too, because they are really important to understand. There's more questions than there are answers at this point. We're evolving. And as I mentioned, we haven't decided yet, or we haven't even had the discussion around really who's going to be the provider of transit. which EDTA, the El Dorado Transit Agency or Authority.
I don't even know, but
Okay.
yeah, the A.
Yeah, the
Authority.
It could be them. It could be South Shore Transit Management Authority, which Ms. Henneke was just referencing a minute ago. You know, those are both providers. El Dorado is much more mature in their experiences. South Shore Transit Management Authority is very new. We only have a part-time executive director. That's it. They do have a board and they do operate all the micro transit. He's very talented, thank God. But there's still opportunities for us to overlap and then eventually grow into each other would be great.
Okay. And I think it's really helpful that you're also on El Dorado Transit Board. So you
Keep
can
that
look for those
together.
areas of collaboration. So great discussion so far.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. Supervisor Heddle.
Yes, so I want to pull on that a little bit more because I've seen JPAs that had a broader stakeholder engagement from the front end. Did you consider expanding this to include some other memberships like the local transportation district, the TDD, and El Dorado County Transit? They can all, I think, be partners with the JPA because now you have the requisite team together to decide who can best provide the services. And I think you minimize a lot of the contract issues and that sort of thing by doing it. But was that considered, and was it basically said that's just too big for now, but maybe expand later because that's always a potential?
Exactly. So your question is excellent and your answer is correct.
Okay.
There you go.
So we
That's what I said.
really did talk about
Start
it.
small and grow it as you need to, right?
There you go.
So then the other thing that I've typically seen is a lot of JPAs have an annual member agency assessment, wherein every agency that participates, and this kind of goes like the LAFCO model, you have to contribute so much money, et cetera. Do you anticipate that happening for El Dorado County? i.e., will there be a financial commitment down the road somewhere?
All to be determined, but it seems logical to conclude that there would be a financial contribution
Okay,
by each entity. Hopefully, the city way more than us,
right.
you know, because the population base is much greater than ours.
That's what a lot of times it's based upon,
Right.
population base and
Right.
and equal share, based upon population. pro
Right,
rata.
and just so you know, the city of South Lake Tahoe has made a significant contribution to transit over the last couple of years. They're at about $750,000 today, and they contributed about 300,000 or 400,000 last year. I also want to mention that they have the parking garage at State Line
Mhm.
by the Marriott.
Yes.
That's a public parking garage.
Yep.
We paid them off before they were actually due by about 4 years. We just paid off the bond that built that. So all the revenue now from that facility is going to be most likely, I don't want to speak for the council, that's their decision, but the philosophy has always been that it would go towards transit
Mm.
because it makes sense. It's a good nexus.
Yeah. Well, the idea in general is great because there's parking problems, there's transportation issues all the time. And so transit is a necessary and essential service. I'm a little concerned with what you said about the organization that worked with the city went bankrupt, because transit always ends up being a subsidized, federally and state subsidized. You never get the ridership to basically validate the cost. Your user fees are not going to equal that. But was there lessons learned from them going bankrupt as to what you have to be careful of? Because if you're thinking you're going to contract for services, what prevents you from ending up at that same place with somebody?
Right. And I don't know all the details around the company that went bankrupt. That wasn't on my shift.
Okay.
So I'm very proud about that.
Yeah, well, that's good.
Didn't happen on my time, but
Yeah.
there were I know that there were a lot of lawsuits. Everybody got sued. And everybody was pointing the fingers at everybody. So I don't know what lessons were learned from that, except that the whole time that it was under public agency purview, we didn't have those problems. It was only when the council decided we don't want to do this anymore. We don't want to subsidize it. So we're going to put it out to bid. And then, of course, due to a lack of subsidy, probably is the reason why they ended up where they ended up.
All right. Understand. It's a tough one to tackle and make work. But I think this is the right way to go personally. I support it. It's just going to have to evolve a little bit more and get more knowledge. We'll update as necessary.
Great, excellent, great discussion. Supervisor Turnbull, anything?
Yeah, I just want to say thanks for bringing this because I think you brought it up at the transit meeting that we had and stuff about some of the ideas that you want to bring forward in South Lake Tahoe. So
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you for your support. All my questions have been answered, and so excellent. Great. Let's take public comment on this item then.
Now taking public comment on item 13, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining. And again, when your time is up, public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you are joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you are joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
I don't see anyone in the boardroom, so online, but we do see you. Yeah, we do, yes. So, online participants?
Now taking public comment from Chris Payne.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, board. Very interesting discussion. I have spoken to you previously about the fact that my son and my oldest son and family have a house in Incline Village. And so I've taken the Tahoe Transportation District bus within that area. Before while I was listening to the discussion, I pulled up the website for the Tahoe Transportation District and found out it's much more extensive than this discussion has really talked about. There's 5 main routes, 19X, 22, 28, 50 and 55. This is 395 all the way up to the Reno Airport down to Minden is just one route. There are routes all over the basin. The Lake Tahoe shoreline. Also, they had what's called the connector routes, which are private and public routes. And there was 12 additional routes within the basin area that provides transportation services. Supervisor Lane, could you speak to how extensive this new idea, the JPA, how extensively would it be connected into this massive transportation system that seems that it's already existing, and how this kind of fits into the Lake Tahoe Community College Hub, as well as some of the other main centers that are closer to the South Shore. I think that would really help people better understand the kind of global significance of what you're proposing right now versus just the South Shore significance. Thank you for the time.
All right, thank you.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Welcome back.
And it's good to be back. Yeah, this is Ken Greenwood from the Triple Junction out there, almost District 5. Anyway, yeah, this is it's like 200 lawyers at the bottom of the ocean. It's a good start. And I'm looking over the presentation. Pardon me, I didn't have a lot of advance notice on this, but that you got 500 people to respond is honestly monumental and surprising. And that's good. And it looks like they got some valuable data as to what people need up in the basin there. My experience over at the local ski resort is, and I'm glad to see that they're involved with the city via the letters that were sent by this public comment by the city. Anyway, this is something that's sorely needed up there, but it always has been in the 45 years that I've been involved with the basin. it's always been a problem. And that Blue Go, I believe, is what you're talking about, that went bankrupt. They had just lots of issues, and I know that the services they provided were spotty at best, and so forth. But to bring something coordinated here, and especially with the local ski resort, and maybe even Kirkwood outside the basin, there's some opportunities to reduce traffic. So that sounds like a good thing. Transit never pays for itself, but it should pay for a good proportion of it. And let's see if we can pull this one off. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your comments.
Now taking public comment from Jim Marino.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Jim Marino, Deputy District Manager, Tahoe Transportation District. First, let me say thank you for hearing this item today and appreciate it. I want to mention that TTD is supportive of a better transit system on the South Shore. And we are supportive of whatever mechanism is provided to increase transit and transit opportunities to the public, especially in the unincorporated elements of El Dorado County. It has been a pleasure working with city staff and the South Shore Transit Management Agency into trying to develop a program that will be balanced and beneficial to all without disrupting regional transit that TTD provides, but also enhancing local transit. So with that, I'd like to say thanks. We're always available for any questions that any of the board might have, and we look forward to seeing the operational plan presented to City Council on October 15th, and we'll respond and provide comments accordingly at that time. Thank you.
Thanks for being with us via Zoom.
Yep.
There is no more public comment.
All right, I will bring this back to the board for action. And there was a question, so briefly, perhaps Supervisor Lane, can you explain how these efforts are connected to the larger Tahoe community basin?
I'll take a stab at it and I'll focus on the briefly part. So there's 5 counties that all have skin in the game around the basin, and there's the city of South Lake Tahoe. And they all fund in different ways transit. Where we don't often connect is where the Tahoe Transportation District is really focusing their energies. Mr. Marino, who just spoke, is a longtime city employee. He is top notch. And I'm thrilled that I'm sorry that he's missing from the city, but I'm thrilled that he's with the Tahoe Transportation District. So I think, as was pointed out by some of the other callers, transit is tricky in the basin for a lot of different reasons. Roads close, weather, the tourist impact, and the fact that it's not free and frequent is really problematic. So those are all the things that we're working towards. But I would say the void on the west slope in the basin is staggering. I mean, there's no transit, and then there's no transit in the unincorporated part of the county. So we're going to address that and try to build a system from the ground up.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Well, what is the will of the board on this item? Do we have to see? Are we
This
just
is
receiving
provide
it?
direction to staff.
You know what? I should look at my agenda.
Regarding draft comments, I thought we had kind of done that, but is staff looking for further direction?
If you saw anything in these draft concepts that you had a question about or wanted to change or anything you wanted to add, that's the direction we'd be looking for.
Do you have any changes or concerns identified? No, I'm not seeing any. I didn't hear any. So there's no action needed then on this item? Yeah. Correct. Okay.
I do think there might be some value in the board memorializing that via motion, because again, I think staff is intending to take these concepts, turn it into an agreement that's going to be presented to you in October. And so I think, and
Okay.
I'm sure the city would appreciate hearing formal confirmation from the board that we're on the right track.
I think that's important
That we're
too.
not
Let's,
concerned? Or
yeah.
what- I mean, how
Yeah.
would the motion?
Well,
be?
I think it would be, as stated, I mean, it's to, direct staff to move forward with a draft agreement based on the concepts described in the staff report.
Okay.
So moved.
All right. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. Moved by Supervisor Lane, seconded by Supervisor Parlin. Any further discussion? All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. And thank you, County Council, for your,
Yeah.
your guidance on that. All right. Well, and thank you, staff. Appreciate it, Sue and Allison. All right. We have a few minutes before closed sessions. And so I would suggest that we do any board updates now. Are we expecting any report outs in closed session, County Council?
No, Madam Chair.
So I think we ought to finish our board duties here and then recess into closed session. So who would like to begin?
We'll go. I've got a short one.
Great.
This last week on the 22nd, I attended the El Dorado Hills Fire Department Community Risk Reduction Program Review. They have an ad hoc committee working, and the primary emphasis is on prevention and inspections. And I know our El Dorado Hills Chamber and several other independent people who are seeking to get approvals, whether it be in the business park, whether it be in town center, have talked about delays in getting processing, not getting rapid responses. And so this review was looking at what's being done and what's being accomplished to shorten the timeline, the cycle time associated with reviews and stuff. And there is substantial progress being made and will continue to be made. So those charts are available if anybody has an interest in looking at that. But I did want to just make it up or make mention of it because I don't want people to think we're not responsive to the inputs we're getting. We're working with the local agencies to try to make some refinements and suggestions on some things that will hopefully streamline some of that and get to a better conclusion at a quicker point in time. So
Excellent. Thank you.
That's all you got?
that's all I got.
Okay.
I had a lot of meetings, but none of which I want to report on.
Yeah, I know.
I know,
Well, that's what I had.
Me
too,
too.
a
Which
lot
I
of
want to
them, too.
report on.
We were all busy, but yeah, Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I just want to tell you that I met with a group, especially talking about the El Dorado Trail, bringing it all the way up from Folsom up here to our here in the town of El Dorado. So
Okay.
connect that. And then also we had Lori and we basically zoomed in on the Sierra Institute and some of the good things they're doing. And they're going to bring an agenda item that's going to be on the 24th.
Yeah.
And they're going to do a presentation here to the board.
What entity is that?
Sierra Institute.
Okay.
It's regarding the biomass.
Oh, excellent.
Biomass and all the other things
all that.
good things they have done in Plumas
And
County.
the board presentation will follow what we have out in the community presentation the day
Right.
before.
Yeah.
It's like Monday will be out at the
Pioneer Park.
Okay.
And that invitation is gonna be sent out to the Fire Safe Council fairly soon. And then we'll have the follow-up here at the board to kind of like present the same kind of information, but then also what we heard from the community. So just to make sure that we're all on the same page, because there's a lot going on there.
Well, we'll look forward to that update.
Yeah.
Excellent.
It was a really good meeting. I enjoyed it.
So what's the date back to the board? I think I missed that.
24th.
The 24th.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
And then also I attended a chamber luncheon where Joe Harn was the speaker.
Ah, excellent. All right, thank you.
Anything? No, I'm kidding. I'm not gonna
No,
go
I
there.
don't even want to go there.
Supervisor
mind.
Parlin.
Yeah, just a couple of FYI things mostly is I did zoom into the county-wide fire safe council had the CWPP workshop, and so I just listened in to, just so I was aware and everything, and they're right on target with their creating their public outreach and all that, just like we've been hearing in updates. So that was good to hear. And then several meetings with several people, residents and staff regarding getting our evening and weekend code enforcement up and running. That's just been a huge thing lately. So I've been spending a lot of time on that, and I think we're making good progress, and we have some follow-up meetings in the works. So that's encouraging. And then I think that was really the only thing that anyone would be. Oh, and then yesterday we did have a so far collaborative steering committee. And again, all these things that we talk about here at the board meeting, it's like they're all so connected, the RCD and stuff, the SB 1383, biomass, I mean, you name it. The next so far collaborative meeting will be coming up in a month or two. I can't remember when. And they're working on the agenda and what we'll be presenting. So I can fill you in when we firm that up.
That's about it. All right, excellent. All right, what's going on in Tahoe that we need to know about?
Oh, it
More
was
fall
a,
kinds.
it was a busy week. Yes, it was a busy week. I have a little bit of everything. So Strawberry Firewise got together for their annual meeting, which I attended. This is the second year that they've been organized, and they're doing an incredible job.
That's awesome.
Yeah, they're a model community to look towards as other communities start developing Firewise programs. Also, I just want to give my colleagues a heads up that Measure S is a 20-year bond that we passed way back in 2002. Ironically, Sue Novosel and I were the co-chairs of that measure, of that effort. Yeah, with who would have guessed? And then the thing is that bond is about to expire. What that bond pays for is our bike trails, maintenance on bike trails, and new construction. It also built the ice arena originally, and it built a couple ball fields. So it's been very important to how we continue to get the projects through up there. And I was all thinking about it when we were listening to the rec, proposals. It's like there's a lot of wants, and Supervisor Parlin, you showed that map of the whole county, and everybody said, a similar thing of what they want, but sometimes we have to get some funding behind it as well. And in Lake Tahoe, Measure S is a property tax that's like $17 per parcel, and it funds all of those good things. So we're going to be asking the community to re-up that. We'll probably be on the ballot in June of 2026, and that will likely be the same ballot and the same election that the library bond will be on. So that's just, I'll be talking about it more as we get closer. I also attended an all-day Lake Tahoe Electric Transportation Forum. It was beyond fabulous. Sometimes I go to these things and I'm already thinking in my head, like how I'm going to try to get out early, or, oh, how long am I going to be able to take this? I went all the way to the end. It was fantastic. It's only its second annual. They'll have more, but I would highly encourage any of you that would like to join me next year to go. I think I was the only elected official, but it really is a good place for elected officials, because you're starting to see from the people boots on the ground where this industry is going and what the issues are that they're seeing right now. It was just fabulous. I learned a lot. And then finally, we had the 4-Bay meeting in Placerville, which Zach was predominant in presenting the plans, and that community has really come around. There's still some concerns, but until they start seeing something done, we're all getting tired of the conversation. We really want to get to construction. And thank you to the board for allocating $3 million to that project to at least get it started. It'll need more, but it'll get us started. So that's my conclusion.
That's hard to follow. That's hard to follow. Yeah. And all my work this last week was district specific. Only thing that I joined Supervisor Heidel this weekend at Ag in the Classroom, the 24-mile taste of at Rainbow Orchards, and represented the board as major sponsors of Ag in the Classroom and Farm Day. And that was a really nice community effort. Community came out in force to support this vital and important program that gives access to ag throughout our districts, through all 5 of our districts. And so it was a nice event. So proud to represent the board at that. So that's all I have. I move to our CAO.
We are dark next Tuesday.
That's right.
And just a reminder to the board and the public that our amazing elections department is holding an open house tomorrow at our elections building, which is located at 3883 Ponderosa Road in Shingle Springs at 6 p.m. to just show the transparency and the security of our elections process.
That's great. As we move into election season.
Yeah.
Of course. Thank you so much. All right, at this point now, the board will now recess into closed session to hear item 16. No, not 16, to hear items 17 through 19 as specified on the agenda. And anyone who wishes to provide comments on these items may do so at this time. I don't see anyone in the boardroom. Is there anyone online? Oh, sorry.
Now taking public comment on closed session items, individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining. And again, when your time is up, public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you are joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you are joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. There is no public comment.
All right. Well, thank you all for being with us this afternoon. And Kira, thank you so much for clerking our meeting. Really appreciate all your support. Good job.